I was muted still. Hi.
Cheese.
Hi. Hi. This is unscheduled.
Cheese.
But I said I was gonna still try and stream 3 times.
Cheese.
Hi.
Cheese.
Cheese. Oh my god.
Shut up.
Still so much cheese, I can never escape it, no matter what time I stream it.
Cheese.
It's a uke! It's a Nova though! Hi Nova! Thank you everybody for always so thoroughly testing that redeems are working. What do you...
Cheese.
Thank you for the pats! Wait. Why the hoo-hoo? What do you mean unscheduled? It's exactly question mark o'clock. Oh my god, okay. No, ticks are not okay. But the weird thing is, out of the...
Cheese.
But when I was skimming that message before I read it, I read it's exactly 3 o'clock. Somehow the question marks got turned into 3 in my head. That's weird. That's weird. Also, thank you very much for the 2 gifted subs during the waiting screen, Devnal. And congrats to people who I have to scroll down the activity feed to, past all the cheeses, to be able to see the names of again. Stewie and Muckatek. And now to say hi to everybody who I didn't say hi to because I was setting up.
Cheese.
I wasn't setting up the cheese. Cheese is always ready to go. Unfortunately for you. Well, no, unfortunately for me. Luckily for you. But you're welcome, Devil. What is this unusual time slot? It's because it wasn't officially scheduled. Yeah. Also, hi the net. That's a cute lurk emote. And Stewie. And Omnitians. And Devnal, of course. Mucka. Exia. Enlin. Somehow the gang is here. Chaos. Welcome. Vinny as well. Hello. Hi. Omni, the net. Did I say the net? I think I said the net. The net was an early one, right? Did I? That's why my memory's already forgotten. What it was. Which people I have said and which people I hadn't. Mew? Hi. Welcome. Hello. Yeah, exclamation mark Fogor. Okay, maybe that should be a counter, or maybe it shouldn't. I think it might just upset me a little bit if I have it too much. Yeah. Wait, did I miss a Nya redeem? Wait a second. I did. Oh wait, no, that's 6 days ago. Never mind. It's been 6 days since I streamed. What in the name of God? Oh yeah, right, because I couldn't stream on the Friday. Thank you for the pats. Oh my god, they're slapping me a little bit though. Maybe I deserve it. Good. Hello. Sometimes not having a command for stuff is the better joke anyway. Sure. I guess so. Yeah, you know, I could just say that I forgot to add it. And then, you know, it goes along with the joke of being forgoreful. But yeah, how are people? Hope you're doing alright. I'm gonna quickly hydrate. Crazy, it's the same for me. No, it's not. I was watching your stream more recently, wasn't I? Just the other night, I swear. Really? Has it actually been 6 days already? I swear I was watching your stream just the other night. I mean, I was, but the crazy thing would be if that much time's actually passed. No, but 6 days ago, not being a week. Oh, 6 days where I live isn't even a week. Oh, sorry, I misread the thing that you're quoting. Sorry, I mean... it wraps just by 1 letter. Thank you very much for the follow. And there you go, I unintentionally pronounced your name when you followed. Maybe that actually is entirely what you intended. But yeah, welcome. I am gonna self-hydrate, and friendly reminder, you should hydrate as well, if you haven't been. Oh my god! Oh my god, the room's gone for so long! Welcome. Hi, Freb, and thank you very much for the resub. Wait a minute. 11 months? Freb.
Cheese.
Freb. It's nearly been a year? Fred? The cheese just... the ripples going through the cheese as I move myself closer. Damn! But thank you very much, Fred. Hi, hope you're doing alright. Oh god, now you get a fisheye version of me hydrating. Close enough. Close enough! Don't look too closely, although, I mean, you know, the camera is pretty close right now. Ah, thank you for the pets. Oh yeah, hi Noha as well. Hi. And did I say hi to Nova as well? Fisheye hydrate. Look, your eyes need hydration as well, right? Oh, right. Sorry, regarding the discussion that's happening over in my Discord. You're right, it is UDP. Sorry. Why was I saying TCP? Yeah, you can just send the packets into the abyss. Jeez. One second, I should probably be saying this on the Discord instead of in voice right now. Why am I having cheese thrown at me? But hello, David. Yuko's been a standard part of the routine forever. Aww. I'm sorry for you. Connection. No idea why I said TCP. Oh god. But yeah, welcome everyone. And Omni, hi. Oh wait, I've already said that, but I'm saying it again. I think I said it. I forgot. Okay, yeah, nice. Hopefully everyone's okay. Vova. Wait, what was that from? I saw in the chat recently that someone said Vova instead of Nova or something like that. But yeah, okay. So today I'm going to be implementing support for Trackmania's telemetry. So basically, I've already done this with Forza Horizon 4 and 5. Not that I have the game, but 5 uses the same format as 4, so it should just work if I were to get 4. But Forza Horizon 4 sends out packets over UDP. Like the network and other... Ah! My head! Stop, yep. I'm gonna get dense in the side of my head, but thank you very much for the bits, Nova. Ah, Nyan, hello. Hi, Nyantastic. Dara as well. Oh my god, how is the gang here? Hi. Maybe I should just stream late from now on. Oh god. I'm choking on myself. Well, actually, remnants of the Nyan juice. Nobody needed to hear that though, sorry. Okay, wait. Before I go into the details, I have to very importantly... for Freb.
Cheese!
There you go. I hope that was to your liking. Also, cheese! Debug cookie! Hello! Okay, so, Forza Horizon 4 sends out information over UDP, so to the network, but you can just receive it on the same computer. If you enable it, that is, it doesn't by default. And the information has stuff like all of the inputs, so like how much you're accelerating, braking, steering, that kind of stuff. And what in the name of God, Dev, now?
Train fund?
Train fund? Wait, train fund? Wait, what? Like for the hype train? Thank you very much, Devnal. What on earth? Why? I'm not trying to buy a train. Oh my god. Thank you though. Jeez. What on earth? Just a callback to a typo from some train some time ago. Oh my god, I just made a mistake reading it even. Also, thank you very much for the hydration and positive steering. I don't even remember what the train fund was the typo of. I'm sorry. Okay, 1 second. I'm gonna hydrate again. I just did, but I'm kind of still thirsty. Wait, no, I can't hydrate if you... No! I need to hydrate! Stop this! No! I'm back. I hope my nyanjis didn't get too shaken up. is this? I'm being yeeted and having things thrown at my face while I'm choking. But thank you. Oh my god. Thank you again, Devil, and thank you for the bits as well. And congrats, fantastic. Oh my goodness, what is happening? Man, I should like have issues more often so that I'm unable to stream, because apparently when I come back, people throw things at me. But I mean, thank you very much. Okay, I swear to God, soon I'm gonna. Take a close look at that.
Casseri.
Nice.
You can't even see the cheese because you're too close. Wait, if I tilt my head, you can see it. Thank you very much for the like, and then thanks for stopping by.
Lactose-filled dairy product.
I swear to God, I'm gonna get this explanation out there sooner or later. Alright, I'm back.
Shy.
Somewhere behind the cheese. So Forza Horizon 4 sends out telemetry info such as steering, what gear you're in, acceleration, brake, also information about the car's state,
Yes.
like how the wheels are gripping. I'm gonna ignore these cheeses, I'm gonna get this out if it's the last thing I do, goddammit. And
Cheese.
wait, where did that cheese go? I didn't see that one. Ah, apparently it hit me though. Oh my god.
Cheese.
Yeah, that is too much cheese. What am I trying to say? Cheese. I'm not trying to say cheese. You guys are saying cheese.
Bust.
I'm gonna move further back to make it harder for you to hit.
A few moments
I'm just kidding,
later.
it's not actually gonna make it harder for you to hit.
Yes.
I'm just gonna be further away in my room. No, wait, that's the wrong way.
Cheese!
I will ignore the cheese. The internet disagrees. It does. That's a nice rhyme. No.
Cheese.
Even the hand is chasing after me. Yeah, it also sends info such as if the wheels have grip, which wheels have grip, oh my god, oh my god, the censored scream just with a beep over the beginning of it was kind of unintentionally funny. Oh my
God, I swear to God! The rare censored yeet. Yes, my yeet was censored. So it also sends info such as how the car is tilting and the acceleration and stuff. It's not that sad. Hey! Okay, that's sad. I love calm and non-chaotic extremes. Yeah, me too. I can't remember the last time I had one though. The last time. Non-chaotic. Okay. That works. Alright, you know what? Screw it. I'm just gonna fly him over. Because otherwise I'm gonna be stuck here forever. Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Cheese.
Oh, that actually is a mistake that it says Trackmania at the top right, but it's not totally wrong. This is... Yeah, it does suck. It's my stream. But also, it's actually a Unity stream. Let me quickly change this. Available... Wait. Where's one of my folders gone? What the hell? I appear to have lost a folder. What the hell? I'm missing a folder. This is strange. I guess people missed your stream. They just celebrate with all their fangs. Maybe. I love that name in the recently followed. The and the way it perfectly splits into another line of identical length. I wonder if it's actually too long and it's trying to split into 3 lines. I tried to make it long enough to fit the longest name possible, but maybe I didn't. But yeah, maybe Stephen. Also, welcome. Hi. Tree. Should I call it tree? Bitrot. Well, an entire folder disappears. Okay. Let me just try to find this. What an amazing thing this is. You know, something random always happens. Ah, I found it. Ah, I was being stupid. Never mind.
What the fuck?
There you go. Now it's Unity. Okay. Foldant. Okay, I was gonna say a thing. What are you whatsing at as well? I don't remember what I was gonna say. So who cares? Let me just get straight back to it. Or straight to it. I haven't even got onto it yet, so I can't get back to it. Let me calm down this music a bit. Wherever it is. Where's my music player? There it is. Wait, is my volume all the way up or something? It's not. No, it is. Oh my god, I'm not trying to make it bump up and down the whole time. Okay, so, yeah, that's what Forza Horizon 4 does, and I implemented support for it in the sense that, cheese gets thrown at my face.
Fromage.
Fromage gets thrown at my face. Almost 50, don't worry, I'm sure I'll hit a 50th time this stream sometime. Probably after I've been hydrated. Oh wait, I didn't do posture check! That reminds me. There you go, Stewie. Sorry about that. Almost forgot. Almost was an unintentional scam cat again. Whew, that was close. Oh, Dion! Hi, welcome! Hi, thanks for stopping by. Thank you for the pats as well. So yeah, I implemented support for the Trackmania, sorry, the Forza Horizon 4 telemetry by having it like tilt me like as if I'm being thrown around by the G-forces of the car, and it also affects the gravity of my hair. But yeah. Aw, thank you very much. And can I call you Tree? I'm gonna call you Tree, if I can. I should probably just call you Steven, I'm gonna be honest. I should stop being so stupid. It's very difficult for me though. Doc, hello! Oh my god! I said it earlier, but now the gang is even more back together. Or even more of the gang is back together. Treven? Oh my god. That might be too good. If I can remember that, I will want to use that name, but I don't have any high hopes that, you know, I'm actually going to remember a thing on stream. Or even off stream, for that matter. Okay, so here's the deal. Sorry for making you do insane shit. No, inane shit, sorry. Insane shit. You're not. Alright, will do. I'm gonna try to remember Treven. The thing is, I'm not gonna be able to. I'll probably do it the wrong way around and mix it in the other direction. So I'll just say like Stee or something. Or Stevie or something. That's gonna get confusing because there's a Stewie as well. But anyway, okay, so it turns out Trackmania actually sends its own telemetry as well, except it doesn't actually send it. It doesn't use UDP. It doesn't send it out over the network to anyone who's listening. What it does is it uses a mechanism which I've never used before called named memory mapped file, which is a bit of a weird way to call it in my opinion. I feel like a more accurate name would be file mapped memory or file handled memory. I don't know how to explain it. But how different is it from Forza telemetry? Well, extremely different in its mechanism. The actual data it provides, there's a lot of similar stuff. Obviously the actual order in which it's laid out in memory is very different. Yeah, you know what? Let's dive into it. Give me one sec. Do I still have this open? I do. So, prepare yourself. This will be a bit bright, but I do have the anti-flashbang thing on where it turns the brightness down a little bit when I put something bright on the screen. Whoosh! And zoom in a bit. Wait, how wide do I have? How zoomed in do I have to get before it starts making the font bigger? Oh, this doesn't really work, does it? Oh god. Is that readable? I hope so. No dark reader extension? No, because I'm not one of the people who keeps the monitor brightness up all the time. So I don't need it. But anyway, so it has this header at the beginning. Oh yeah, right, for a start, I should probably mention, it's a lot bigger than Forza's telemetry. Keep yours minimum and use a dark reader. Holy crap. Do you have, like, any light in your room? That's not meant to sound... That sounds like I'm being rude, but, like, it's a genuine question. Because, like, wouldn't, like, even just light reflections make it hard to read anything then? Thank you for the pants, Nova! You have a window behind you. What in the name of God? Do you have, like, superhuman eyesight? Do you even light, bruh? Yeah, that's what I realized it felt like I was saying. Right, yeah, so there's a whole bunch of more stuff in... Oh my god! Holy yoke! You have super bad eyesight and a million eye floaties. Oh. Does dark mode help with that? I guess it does, because you see floaties more when you're looking up at white stuff, don't you? Because they're darker, so they show up against a light surface. Interesting. Also, hi, Slary! Oh dear god. Oh god. Nova, what are you doing? Nova, what are you doing? Yeah, I like a high contrast theme as well. This is a...
Ina.
What I have this set to is a high contrast dark theme. Why am I in jail? Oh, well, I mean, the camera's stuck to my head, so you get to see how tiny the jail bars actually are. Come to the dark side? I've been the dark side already. Eye floaties are cute. Oh. Okay, I should probably mention this. Also, did I say hi, Slary? Hi, Slary. I did say hi, Slary. I remember now that I've said it. The feeling of saying it. Okay. So yeah, the Forza Horizon 4 telemetry is... I can't remember, was it like 500 bytes or something? I can't even remember at this point. But this one is like 1.7 kilobytes in total. And a lot of that is because it's actually got whole strings in the telemetry, like the name of a map, and a whole bunch of reserved bytes as well, just taking up space. This one isn't sent via network as well. You can just read from memory. Oh yeah, right, that's true. So yeah, it's not like it's clogging up the memory or something, yeah. Sorry, clogging up the network. But yeah, okay, so here's how it works. It does still... Well, okay, I'll show you. You don't even need to read the whole thing. That is true. So it sends out... it doesn't send out. It makes available all this stuff, and I'll explain how you read it in a minute. By the way, this class is for some reason using the word NAT32 instead of, you know, UN32T, for God knows what reason. And then there are booleans, which are also actually just unsigned ints. But whatever. So we've got things like state of the race, which includes like the current lap, where it doesn't literally say the current lap, but you can obtain it by looking at the number of checkpoints per lap and the number of checkpoints you've passed so far. Time minute and stuff. Object state. Every time the object is moved, not continuously. I'm assuming this means the car, right? The position and rotation of the car, right? Calling it the object is kind of interesting. No worries, Hajin. Enjoy your food. Someone was very proud to know maths. Well, yeah, because it's a natural number, right? And then we've got the cool stuff about the vehicle, like which wheels are in contact. They've actually made these arrays, which is nice. Bunch of stuff about the engine, its RPM. Input is horn, so you can know exactly when I honk the horn. Oh my god! Oh, this is so interesting. Someone didn't want any of those unnatural numbers. Yeah, exactly, right? 100% organic, free-range numbers in our Trackmania. Or in our cheers. David! Hello, other David! This is why I tried to call the other David Timmy, because there is this David, and it will get confusing otherwise. But welcome! Hi, David! Hi! How are you doing? Thanks for stopping by. Hi-fi! So, you can actually tell whether the person is honking the horn. And I've never used that, well, not really, in Trackmania. Well, I usually never use it. Whoops, didn't want to press that. But, what I could do is use this to trigger something really ridiculous on my stream whenever I honk the horn. in Trackmania. Could be amusing. Could just be like a giant train horn just comes out of my head. Just for the moment that it's on. That'd be kind of amusing. Good, doing some cleaning today? Nice! Good luck with that. I mean, it's probably not nice, but good luck with it. You'd also have gear shift animations on my avatar. Oh, just like... Yeah, but I'd have to like... Okay, overriding the animation is difficult. You're the only David. the one true David? Overriding the animation from VC Face is kind of a pain. It is possible... But also animating a humanoid thing is... Is it even possible to animate a humanoid thing? I'm not sure it is. I wonder if it could be done through parent constraints or position constraints. Is sparkling Boolean? Is sparkling? Yeah, interesting. I assume... Oh, I don't know what that is. I wonder if it's related to is in water, because when you come out of water, you have water on your wheels. I wonder if that's what it refers to. I would have called that is wet, but I don't know. Is lights trail? Wait, okay, actually I'm not sure anymore. Is on ice. Might be from some other game. Yeah, maybe, because this is apparently used in some other stuff. Yeah, this isn't Trackmania exclusive. Maybe it's just always true for Yukia? Aww. No, you.
Juustoa. Cheese.
Excuse me, Adam. Why am I having cheese thrown at me? Oh my god, now you triggered the debug cookie as well. Hi, Adam.
Cheese.
Stop.
Cheese.
Ost.
God damn it, the cheese went around the side of my hands. No.
Yes.
Okay, stop. 70 times! Oh my god!
Yes.
Telemetry data is so powerful it contains the future. Yeah, we got some reserved arrays, or an array of reserved bytes for the future. This is what I'm going to be interested in, the Euler angles for your pitch and roll. This is the state that you'd... well, it's what would happen for these, you know, the chairs that can move around in real life to make you feel the forces, the G-forces. So I'm assuming that this takes into account... Wait. No. Okay, this is kind of interesting. Oh, hi, Fabosa. I'm alright personally, thank you very much. I'm doing alright as well. Oh my goodness, thank you for the pants. Hello. What are you doing? You don't have to keep doing this anymore. You never had to do it in the first place, but you suddenly don't have to do it anymore. You've done it quite a lot. But thank you very much, Devinal. Yet again. Is this like the 5th time you've given me something on the stream? Maybe I shouldn't point that out, sorry. Shouldn't be calling you out like that. But thank you very much. Devinal is almost overflowing 1 byte. Wait, what? I'm not getting this one. My brain is too small. But yeah, so this is how the chair is meant to be tilted. So something like that might work for just making me look like I'm, you know, being bumped around and stuff like that. It's not going to cause my hair to like go upwards though, you know, float upwards when I Nova as well. Thank you very much. A hype train is apparently close. Exactly how you didn't all trigger it like way earlier, I have no idea because you're going crazy already. And in my HUD, you triggered it already. Don't pay attention to Twitch. No, it missed me! No! Thank you very much though, Chaos. I'm so sorry. It didn't hit me. No, okay, you know. What the fuck? Why are they all missing me? What is happening? What is happening? What is happening? How close do I have to be for them to hit me? What is happening here? Thank you very much though, Chaos and... Mokatech. I swear to god, I didn't mean to, thank you! Jeez. Okay, I've moved into my default position where I'm just a tiny little thing by the side. Okay, oh my god, my bell is so obnoxious when I'm moving. Thank you as well, Nova. Why though? Wait. I tried to make my head move so that I would clip into it, but it didn't. Thank you, Freb, as well. God. But yes, like Stu says, I can use the actual rotation of the car in order to calculate how I'm rotating. I'll probably just do the same thing as I did in Forza. Forza gave the same thing. It gave acceleration, which is probably going to be equivalent to this, right? Wait. Thank you for the pads, and also thank you for the gift sub Exia as well. God damn it! Congrats to Azure Nova. Another Nova! It doesn't give you acceleration. Yes. So, what I'm trying to say is, if I can ever get a word out between all these people being kind, thank you very much. Please let me speak. I'm joking. I'm extremely grateful. I just feel... I feel like I'm not worthy, Salas. Well, I would like you to stop. Tibaki! Thank you very much as well for the prime sub, not giving your money to Jeff. Thank you very much. Holy crap. That's a lot. You stop. You will accept the generosity? Never! I'm joking. Thank you very much. Okay, what I'm trying to...
Fromage.
Apparently it is, Steve Tree. God damn it, I knew I'd mess it up. I'm sorry. Thank you for the pads. They throw cheese at me, but I guess they mean it lovingly because they also do other things. Okay, so please, I need to explain.
No! So, how Forza Horizon 4 did it is it had an acceleration property, which was like the strength that are being pulled on each axis, up, down, left, right, and forward and backwards. And I had to calculate myself the equivalent. Oh no, that's correct. And then you also gave me the rotation of the car, in like your pitch and roll, and from that I was able to work out the gravitational force that the rotation would apply. You know what to do, keep the chaos alive. Oh, thank you very much, Devon. Also, one sec. There you go, there's a nyan for Boston. Yeah, and as Stewie says, and I was trying to get to,
Formaggio.
Thank you for the pads. No, thank you for the cheese. Though. The rotation of the car is equivalent to the... is one of the things that that Forza Horizon 4 gives. So from this, I can tell whether I'm upside down or not, and that can affect the gravity of my head. Oh my god! And then from that, I can also calculate... I'll calculate the additional acceleration from that. I swear to god, I'm going to finish my sentence! And then... Wait, I've already finished my sentence. I'll just finish my point. I missed the plus chat. I'm gonna miss a lot of stuff because I'm trying not to check chat, because I'm trying not to have things spoiled by Stewie right now, because I'm trying to get things out, but I can't get things out because people are doing things to me. Okay. So yeah, there's rotation there, which obviously is equivalent to the rotation in Forza Horizon 4, and Forza Horizon 4, the other thing it gave was acceleration. It didn't give the rotation of the chair, but in the end, I calculate the pitch, yaw, and roll, or rather, I just use the actual acceleration from... Nobody got time for that! Holy crap. Hype train complete! At level 3. Thank you very much, you crazy people. People are doing things to me. It's true! They are! So yeah, I just use this directly to affect the... So I use the pitch, which is forwards and backwards rotation, to affect how I'm tilting forwards and backwards. I use the roll, which is like that rotation, to affect how I'm tilting like this. And I use yaw, which is... what's the other one? Not that way, not that way. Jeez. Wait. No, yaw is what I use. Wait, which way around is it? Well, one of them I use to control up and down. I can't remember anyway. So this actually has them already calculated for me. But what I need to do is take into account the rotation as well. The g-force that the rotation is going to provide. So I might, as Stu mentioned earlier as well, want to calculate the acceleration from the velocity. But, yeah. And as he was also implying, there's discontinuity counts, so you can ignore calculating the... Well, no, velocity is already calculated, actually, myself, so I'm assuming that I don't need to take that into account when I'm calculating velocity, because I don't need to calculate velocity, I just need to calculate acceleration. And from this rotation, I can calculate the g-force in which direction. Trackmania, isn't that a game? It is! Wait. What do I have my category set to? Software and game development. Oh, thank God. Also, welcome, King Cyber Snail. Cyber Snail. What a good name, King Cyber Snail. Trackmania is a game, yes. So yeah, what I might want to do is calculate the acceleration myself from this. And then I have the same data as I get from Forza Horizon 4, if just the velocity and the... Well, the acceleration, which I'll get from here, and the rotation, which I'll get from here. It gives a timestamp as well, so that's how I can properly calculate the acceleration in, you know, meters per second. Squared. I have no idea what you're talking about, but I'm sold! Thank you very much, David. So I'm not entirely sure whether I'm going to just use these ones and be able to combine the rotation with what it's already calculating as how the chair should be tilting. Or if I'll calculate the acceleration myself and the rotation and effectively calculate how the chair's rotating from that. I'll have to look into my existing Forza Horizon 4 code and see, you know, what's easiest to implement. Alright, now I'm going to go back and read all of the chat that I missed. I had a Nyan, I did the Nyan. Maybe I missed other ones as well. I did miss posture check right above from Chaos. Oh my god, I'm sorry. There you go. Posture has been checked. Okay, let's see what else I missed. EVD posture, cheese equals love? Not sure about that one, Chief. Or cheese. If you do use the velocity, rotation, position to calculate acceleration. Wait, what? Oh, discontinuity count is nice. I mean, I'm assuming that velocity will take into account the fact that it's discontinuous, but yes. It tells you when the car is teleported. Yes, yes, I see. Have a good look and we will. Yes, keeping it up. You did keep it up after Devnal went. Thank you. Loads of people are throwing cheese at me, and then you missed the posture check. Don't worry, I've got it now. Oh my god, thank you very much for the follow, Cyber Snail. I should probably be calling you King, Cyber Snail. I shouldn't be omitting that. I feel like it's important. Have a meeting at 4. Good luck, Adam, although... Wait, at 4? Like 21 minutes ago? I have not been missing chat for 21 minutes, have I? Hard to see with them cheese my face. You missed the yep. Have a good meeting, People are doing things for me, Yuki at 2023. That is what I said, Nova, yes, because they were, honestly. The question is what kind of things? Cheesy things! So what are we trying to do today? Okay, what I'm trying to do is get the telemetry from Trackmania, which strictly speaking I've already done off stream. Why cheese debug? And use it to control my avatar. I could actually just fire up Forza Horizon 4 to show you what I mean by using the telemetry data. Because I have integration between Forza Horizon 4's telemetry and my avatar so that it makes my avatar move around based on like the bumpiness of the car, based on the car's movement, its movement and its current orientation. You could try calculating the equivalent of what Forza gives you. Yes, I will. Maybe. And put it on the Forza pivot directly. Oh yeah, I'm definitely going to use the Forza pivot game objects. I'm not going to make any more of those if I can avoid it. But I will, I would also like to try to reuse the Forza Horizon code. I'm going to try to split it out so that some of the Forza Horizon code used for like calculating how I should be rotating and bouncing and stuff becomes more general. And it just controls me, and I pass into that code, you know, some information such as the acceleration and rotation and stuff, maybe. And then I can sort of, because it's more generalized, then it can be used both for Forza Horizon 4 or 5, because they use the same format, and Trackmania. Not trying to become depressed after seeing everyone else having a Valentine. Don't worry, Fabosa, I don't have one either. Haven't in a long time, meaning as long as I've been alive. You can call me anything, King, Cyber, Snail, or any combination. Alright. I honestly don't know which one I'll end up shortening it to. I tend to shorten it to just King. I mean, to like the first word. But yeah. You can call my combination. I just literally just read that. 71 questionings of the cheese. There's a neon I need to do for Flexive Reb. There you go. You said cheesy. Is that why I got more cheese then? I see. It's a vicious circle, huh? An important question. Why does the browser look so old? Because it's not Chrome and doesn't have rounded things? Because rounded stuff is like objectively a waste of space? It's like the worst way to pack things? Also this page is just, you know, using simple fonts and stuff because it's just trying to give information and not sell you stuff, I guess. You've got all of us. Yes! You've got us, Fabosa. Oh, wait, did you mean me? I don't know. No, pretty Fabosa. King is fine. Alright, I'll try to call you King. I'll try to remember. But if I'm starting... Okay. There's a person who used to... Okay, there's a good friend of mine who used to be called Cat Drawing, who used to come here. And I always used to call her Cat, because that's her name. And, relatively recently, she renamed to Dumbfox Cat. And I keep on calling her Dumbfox, just when I see her in chat, because that's the first part of the name, right? I'm so used to just cutting off after the first part of the name, and it annoys her. So I tried to stop doing that and read the rest of the name and shorten based on that. So I might end up accidentally calling you Snail, or Cyber Snail. Snail King Cyber. Firefox also have rounded, right? Apparently not the version I'm using? Maybe I'm using a theme. I might be using a theme. I wonder if I am. Probably am. Can't remember. Welcome to the end of the past? Nah. Firefox I'll be able to make look old for sure. By which I mean, you know, efficient. It probably looks older because of the title bar theme and the menu bar visible and the lack of the tab stuff. Yeah, the tabs are on the side. I'm gonna open them right now though. Also a status bar. But yeah, I've done all that stuff. I actually had to edit a bunch of... Making it look this way was a challenge, and removing all the nonsense from the right-click menu, like about Pocket and all that crap. Took quite a bit of manual modding of things. Anyway. I can't even remember how I did half of it. But yeah. Okay, so what else is there in the telemetry data? Let's have a look. We've got the angle of the chair, and then we've got the player state. What on earth is Dossard number? 01. What? I'm assuming this is just the number that's printed on the back of the car? Trigram, TMN. 01. So I'm assuming that this is like on mine, the YKE and then a number. Is the locally controlled player, or else it is a remote player we're spectating or a replay. Oh, I see. So you might not want to have me being bouncing around when is local player is false. If it's just like showing like a quick preview of the track at the beginning where a car's going around, I actually noticed that it is transmitting telemetry stuff. Let's get to that now. It's not actually transmitting. So you're a proper nerd, not the so-called nerd who doesn't know anything. I don't know. I mean, I don't remember how I did a bunch of it, but... Right-handed coordinate system. Right-handed coordinate system? Right-handed coordinate system? Did it say that somewhere? Right. Wow, this music, I swear, I always forget how loud it gets at this part. Let me just skip this part. Quiet down. Shush, shush, shush. Okay, there we go. Yeah, plus X left, plus Y up, plus Z forward. Oh my god, I didn't even think that I was gonna have to, I didn't even think about taking into account all these different, you know, coordinate systems for, like, you know, if I'm trying to make a generalized version about which can handle Trackmania and Forza and maybe future games. This song, yeah, it's a good song. What is Losing You? Unity is left-handed. Well, I don't even remember what Forza was, so I'm gonna have to make a system that can take into account, I guess, a way to map X, Y, and Z to the X, Y, and Z in Unity, and also, you know, optionally negate it. I guess I'll just make something like that. Oh, that's gonna be a whole load of overhead, isn't it? Now imagine if I was using C or C++. I could actually just use a pointer. The pointer would point to whether it's, you know, whether X is actually pointing to X, or is pointing to Y, or pointing to Z. But I don't think I can do that in C#. My lamentations of not being able to use pointers in C# grow every time I use it. Anyway. Okay, so the way this works is not by sending it out over UDP. It works with a memory mapped file, which is not something I've done before. But this example C code that they very kindly provide, essentially you use these two Windows API calls, and yeah, this opens a named section of memory, basically. Do you download the zip file? Yeah, I have got it downloaded actually, so I could be showing you this on Visual Studio. Is that what you wanted me to do? Just put it onto Visual Studio Code so that it's white on black instead of black on white? I can do that for you if you want. Is it the same? Yeah, it's the same. Well, wait. I didn't... wait, yes, it is the same. It's the same, yes. It is the same. I didn't check that one. Okay, don't worry, I did. Manny! Hello, hi, welcome! Thanks for stopping by. So yeah, you open this, a file named this. And then you call this function called mapViewerFile. These bytes are the high and low bytes of the start position inside this file. And this is the length. So essentially what you're saying here is this thing here becomes a pointer to the first byte of the memory inside this file. In other words, this becomes a pointer to the first byte of this whole thing. So it becomes a pointer to this. Well, to the first byte of this, strictly speaking. So this is a way that you can essentially read the memory out of Trackmania. And yeah. This then becomes a pointer to this first byte. And basically by mapping this, a section of memory that is the size of this entire struct, by mapping this data over that, you have really nice and convenient access to all of these bits of information. Essentially, you can tell C, hey, you know this little pointer that you got from this fake file thing that's actually a bit of memory in Trackmania? Yeah, well, you know what? Pretend that that is actually a pointer to the beginning of this, one of these structures of memory. And it does. That means that whenever I refer to state, what I actually want you to do is refer to byte number... I'm not about to calculate that. But like, say, the 304th byte after this is basically what you're doing. So... Bro, my brain expands every time you start expanding. Wait, do you mean explaining? The game writes it towards basically a shared memory region that any program can read from. Yes! It's still important to copy it out of there in case Trackmania decides to change stuff while you're reading. Yeah, so that takes me to this little mechanism here. This might look a bit weird, but what essentially it's doing is stretching the uke. Okay, I am expanding now. I see what we did there. So what we do is, okay, so pbuff_u is literally the pointer to that region. What we do here is we create, how do I explain this? We create an S-telemetry type. S-telemetry is this entire thing that we were looking at the beginning. That entire thing is S-telemetry, as in like a struct for telemetry. I'm struggling to select text here. So we make one of those. But in actual fact, it's pointing into this. It's not really our own one, it's a pointer to one of these telemetries. Because it already exists, the data already exists in memory from this. So we're not actually really making a new section of memory of this type. We're making a pointer to the memory that already exists. And this part here is where we're just telling C, you know what? You know you're classing this as a whatever the fuck you're classing it as. A void star thing. From now on, consider it a pointer to telemetry. So basically, from this point onwards, we can refer to values inside this memory region as if it was a S-telemetry, which sounds like all you need, right? Wrong! So where is a shared memory region? How do you find it? You do this. You just, it's named. It's mapped to a... Well, it's named, basically. Throughout Windows, you can have what are called these file mappings, and you can just open it by name, as long as you know the name. And this is the name for the one that Trackmania uses. So you just call this, and then that gives you a handle to the file, well, the maps file, the file mapping, whatever. Anyway, so the reason you can't just use those values straight away, even my cat came over to watch your stream. Aww. Hi Devil's Cat.
The Devil's Cat.
Anyway, so the reason you can't just use those values is because, well, you don't know when Trackmania is going to be writing to them. It could happen at any time. It happens many dozens of times per second. So you kind of want to make sure that you are that you're not reading it while it's changing. So what you want to do, ideally, is take a snapshot of that memory. But even just taking a snapshot of the memory is not enough. You need to make sure that it didn't change while you are copying that section of memory. Ah, thank you very much for the follow. Spazgos, welcome. Also, spoiler, this mechanism does not actually protect you against the memory changing. It just makes it less likely that it will have changed. But it actually could still change. But how they try to ensure it, which is not actually a safe way of doing it, like a guaranteed way, but what they do is they look directly into the shared memory. Does it zero initialize a number? All of the memory is initialized at the beginning of the game, yeah. If the game is not running yet, then this file doesn't exist, so you can't open it. As soon as it exists, everything seems to be 0. But yeah, does the update number start at 0? It does, yes. Well, it doesn't really matter. You're just checking to see if the number has changed. You don't care if it's larger or smaller, as long as it's different. But yeah, hi Space Ghosts. Okay, welcome. How's you doing? Okay, so the way it tries to get around this is, what it does is it looks into the actual live shared memory. And it looks at this number that is called the update number. If you have a look up here, or down here, where is it? There it is. Oh my god, sorry, excuse me. Update number. Here we are. It's used to synchronize the data. It doesn't, spoiler, it doesn't work perfectly to synchronize it. The update number is used to synchronize the data between the game and the receiver. The variable is incremented once before the values are changed and once thereafter, which I assume means like straight after. Okay. So this is a number that exists inside this struct. And what it does is it looks at that real live number, right? So this is the shared memory. This is the shared data. It can be updated at any moment. We look at this number, okay? We snatch it. And we call it before. Then we call this memcopy, which... Oh yeah, right. So we declare a new telemetry, I should say, in advance. In advance, we declare a real new local copy of that memory. Not just a pointer, the actual space to store all of that crap. And we copy from the shared memory into our local memory. And this becomes like an unchanging copy. From that point, this here becomes a snapshot of what the memory was. Hopefully. And then afterwards, we look at the real live shared number that's still running in the background, right? And we compare, right? We call that after, and we call this before. We compare. If the before is equal to the after, then we consider this successful. We break out of this loop. Which might as well be a while loop. I do not know why they're making it a for loop. It's a bit strange. Because they're using a while loop for this main thing, so clearly they don't mind using a while loop, and then they decide to use a for loop, but whatever. Anyway, they might as well just made it a for loop and done... And they might as well have made it a while loop and done while before is not equal to after, but okay, whatever. Okay, so if they match, we break out of this loop and we continue on and we use all the data, right? We just spit it out onto the console, we show all of this crap. Otherwise, if they've changed, then we go back around this loop. And the reason why it might have changed is Trackmania either started changing the memory after we first checked, in which case it would have incremented by 1, or it was already changing the memory data at this point. We didn't realize it, and then we copied, and then it finished changing the data. So in either case, it was changing the data while we were reading it. And that's why we go back around in the loop. But here's the thing, here's why it's not guaranteed protection. When Trackmania is writing to its memory, it's not doing it in one atomic write. It's having to change individual bytes, or, well, 32-bit chunks, I guess, at a time. So there's no, even though it might, there's no guarantee that it's updated the update number if it's updated the memory yet. If you see what I mean, like it might have changed the rest of the memory but not the update number, or it might have changed the update number but not the memory yet, and then yeah. If it was able to write in the entire page of memory in one atomic operation, then that would have worked. And another way they could have done it is by using file locks, but that would have been worse performance. But they could have just locked the file, so we cannot read it at all until it's finished writing. But this does make it less likely. Okay, one sec, what am I missing? Type in the documentation, oh god, yeah. There are gonna be some race condition for a racing game, eh? I think Trackmania does the update number as a different step. So updates the number, then updates the data for however long that takes, and then updates the number again, in that order. Yes, but there's still no saying that we didn't read the data after it changed the number, while it was updating the data, and before it updated the number again. There's no saying that we couldn't have just gone wish and read this all so quickly that it was still mid-update. It does make it less likely, but yeah. But here's the thing. It's not... If it updated only once, the number will be odd. Oh, hold on a second. That's actually an interesting way of... That might work. Right, that's why you ask. Okay. This might actually... I'll have to double check that the number increments by 2 every time, because this wording is a little bit unclear to me. The variable is incremented once before the value are changed, and once thereafter. Once thereafter is confusing to me. It could just be like once every time they're updated thereafter, right? Or it could mean once after it's changed. So I'll double check that. But actually, that's an interesting thing. Yeah, but alright. But here's the thing. Even if there's a race condition and stuff do not suggest jank solutions to race conditions, hey, that's not a jank solution. That's actually a reliable way of doing it, because it's essentially it's telling you that update is in progress now. Please wait. But yeah, this is what we have. We can't recode Trackmania. This is what it offers. We gotta deal with it. We gotta suck it up and deal with it. Okay, but here's the thing. Even if we were to read memory and it's corrupted, you know, half of the data is left behind from the previous frame and half of it's new, we won't crash. There aren't any, it's not that serious. The worst that could happen, in my opinion, is, well, apparently 32-bit values are still written. I was speaking with someone about this last night and we were going into details about this. Supposedly, like, modern processors and stuff do have, like, you know, the minimum, if you're writing a 32-bit value, that will be done in one operation, basically. It's not like it's not like situations that I've had in the past when I've been doing stuff for an Arduino, which is an 8-bit processor, where when it's actually writing a 32-bit value, it has to do it in multiple cycles. And if you have like an interrupt that kicks in mid-writing of a value, then you can actually read a really corrupted value that's got some of its bytes left over from the previous moment, and some of it has been updated. So we shouldn't actually read a broken value. But basically, we came to the conclusion that the worst thing that could happen is that you get like one of these vectors where the X and Y have changed, but the Z hasn't, for example. Or, you know, like for one of these quaternions, some of them have changed and some of them haven't. So then the vector becomes nonsense. That's probably like the worst case. And for these strings, it still shouldn't, like, you know, even if like you had like a small, okay, let me just fire up Notepad. Let's bring more bright white things into view. The worst thing could be if you've got like, imagine this. It's like your 16, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah! 16. So imagine here that this is like a 16 character long string buffer, right? Does Kate work on Windows? I do not know what Kate is, or who Kate is. But imagine we had a small string like, hi, and then a 0 byte. Well, the worst that could happen is you're starting to write a new one like, hello, and you want a 0 byte to go on the end, right? Oh yeah, right. This starts initialized as 0, I should say. The worst that could happen is you start writing the word hello, but you haven't finished yet, so you haven't written your 0 byte yet. But the rest of this should still be 0 bytes. The worst that could happen, I guess, is if you previously had a message such as blah, blah. Then you wrote the hi, meaning that the rest of this was still set to that in memory. So how these strings work is they're like null terminated strings, right? You have a 0 at the end. The worst that could happen, I guess, is you're starting to write hello, but you haven't finished the word yet, so you haven't put the terminating 0 byte yet. So you'll end up reading hell blah in this case instead of hello, just for like one frame, but that's not terrible.
Welcome to the hell blah. Basically KDE Notepad. I do not know what KDE is. What, Notepad++? ISP support? LSP support? I do not know what these things are. Oh, it isn't a browser. Nice, nice. A rare program that's not a browser. Holy crap, that sounded weird. That sounded like one of those, you know those, tubes that have like a little voice box kind of thing. You tip them up and down, they're like, why, meow. Okay, one sec. LinkedIn dev stuff. Get an edge in editing.
A modern text editor. Okay. I mean, is Notepad++ not modern enough? I remember when people said, oh, don't use Notepad, use Notepad++. Now people are like, oh, don't use Notepad++. It's making me realize, I think I'll just stick with Notepad. When I just need to make a note, you know? I feel like Notepad is more than sufficient for making notes. Well, okay, it's not really more than sufficient, it's just sufficient. Anyway, so this is the rough idea of things. Now I should show you how I'm currently doing it. And how I'm currently doing it is essentially this way. I'm not doing it the way that Stewie just suggested, which is actually a way that I want to do it now. So Stewie is suggesting that we only read the memory if this update number is even. Because this starts at 0. It goes up to 1 when we start reading the memory, and it goes up to 2 when the memory has finished being changed. If they are the same and even... Oh yeah, right. We do need to check that they're the same as well, in case our loop somehow took so long that it's gone through one entire update. Well no, even if it's gone through an entire update, that doesn't matter. We just want to grab the most recent one. We know that it's no longer mid-update, so the fact that it's even is enough. We can just grab it. Right? Oh no, right. Sorry, right, I see what you mean. If it's before... Yeah, never mind. Never mind, right. It could have changed in between us. Yeah, okay. Might have updated completely. Exactly. Okay, so let me just show you what we've got so far. So I was originally going to do this in the same way as I'm getting Forza data in, and the same way as I'm getting my heart rate when I have the heart rate monitor, the temperature of my room, which is shown there, and Trackmania data as well. I'm getting all those things in the same way, which is via this little program that I made. Let me zoom in a bit. Which just basically forwards everything into my program via OSC, which is really inefficient. The library for it in Unity is really inefficient. But it's just a thing that I'm already having to use to receive motion data from VTFace so that I can move around like this and all this stuff. So like I'm already using it, so might as well use it again, right? But then they said no. This is actually easy to do in C#. And I thought, well, if I don't have to do the flipping, if I can avoid more inefficiencies of using the OSC, let's try it. So I have, so it's now in C#. Sorry, so it's in this Unity thing natively, is what I'm trying to say. let me just show you the code. It's a little bit, you know, rough around the edges because it's literally just hot off the press from last night. And in fact, before I started this stream, I was doing the test. That's why you see vehicle speed here. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, look at it. But it'll be a little more interesting to look at when it's actually live coming in from Trackmania. So let's have a look, shall we? Where's all this stuff? I don't need this loaded. Need any of it. Why is a whole bunch of stuff expanded? Okay, so Trackmania proc. So for a start, I'm using now unsafe mode, so I'm actually allowed to, you know, do such audacious things such as use pointers and have fixed arrays in my structs. Thank you for the pad, Stewie. I have a question. Can I have your GitHub link? I'm afraid I don't have one, but I'll drop the link for this in the chat. There you go. That's the page we were just looking at. I do not have a GitHub account even. Why do you see for everything else instead of putting what you want directly on the UDP directly? I'm just not used to doing UDP stuff in C#, I guess. And like the thing is, like, I already have to have a handler for OSC messages, and I have like a convenient way of just having a switch case for if it's the motion and stuff. It felt like I'd be reinventing the wheel. It is true that I would, if I really cared about performance, I could just do it through UDP directly and not go through OSC. But then I'd have to worry about synchronization and stuff and not missing any, you know, not having like corrupted packets and stuff, which the OSC takes care of. Because there's limited form of like checking of data. I don't think it actually uses a checksum if I remember rightly, but it does. If the length of the data doesn't match the length that you declare in the packet, then you can call it corrupted, that kind of thing. Just make my own shared memory mapping. Okay, so this is the this is the class as it currently stands. So it's an unsafe class, so that I can do the have pointers and fixed arrays of a certain length. And then basically it's just a direct interpretation or conversion of the struct that we were just looking at from C or C++. Except I've just made everything public so I can actually access the damn stuff. And called the nat32's ints, and also I've called the bools ints because, you know, whatever. I can just check if it's 0 or not 0. That's what they are, really. Yeah, and then that's that. And then we have a little bit of black magic, and this is what's new to me. So I'm still not entirely 100% understanding the syntax for this. I understand exactly what it's doing because it's like basically the same as what we were doing in the C code, but I'm gonna be honest, it's a little bit harder for me to understand the syntax in C#. But yeah, what we have... by the way, is this readable? It's kind of small. The problem is, when I try to zoom in on the Visual Studio Code, like the entire interface zooms in and we actually get like less space to have stuff, which is ridiculous. Don't know if there's a different keyboard shortcut I should be using to zoom in. You can just change font size. Appearance. Zoom in. Yeah, that changes the entire thing though. Editor layout? I mean, do I need to go start digging around inside theme files? Because I feel like that's a bit annoying. Editor font size. Editor. Edit? Editor? Single da da da. Am I blind? Editor font size? On settings. Preferences, edit. Am I stupid? View settings? No. Go. Run. Terminal. Help. File preferences settings. Ah! Alright, nice. What a nice and intuitive way to change font size. Anyway, thank you, Stu. By one? Yeah, I can't have it by much because my entire code is already written with like comments that go off to the edge at size 13. I'm sorry. Not even a power of 2. Okay, fine. Wait, it's the wrong one. Oh, never mind. I can't be as stupid as I wanted to be. There you go. That's actually smaller than I expected. Okay, so... okay, here's how it works. Or what it does, anyway. I was thinking 16. I mean, I'm not going to be able to keep it this way, but I'm working on other stuff, I guess. So, the reason... Yeah. When I'm working on C and C++ stuff, I set that up from the beginning for streaming. So it's a nice big font that's easily readable. Everything's not done really. Oh, I really dislike how this looks. One second. Can I just type? Do I really need to like go into Notepad and go to Format, Font, and find the font and copy and paste the font name into here rather than selecting it from a list? What the fuck is this? It's like I'm having to code my own settings. So, hi Crumpy, hi! Just popping by real quick to see if you're doing better. I am somewhat better, thank you. Also, it is really hot in my room right now. But yeah, I hope you're doing alright, Crumpy. Settings for VS Code is a JSON file. Okay, is that an excuse for it to not... is that an excuse for it to not provide a nice interface? I think that settings for a lot of things are like human editable files, but... Anyway, what was the one I was using on Visual Studio? Not Visual Studio Code. Droid, I do not... I was gonna use the one that I have always been using. Is it MS Gothic, MS UI Gothic? If this is at one of the sizes that it actually has. Yeah, this looks shit in Notepad as well. Oh, actually, no, it doesn't at the smaller sizes. That looks alright. So I assume I can just do this, right? And it uses the first one. Yes. Okay, that looks not broken anymore, at least. And it's not wasting as much space horizontally. This is weird. It immediately makes it feel like I'm working with a more fully developed language. Not sure how to explain it. It looks... To me, it now feels like I'm working with a more serious language already, just because the font's been changed. How weird is that? Power of association. Alright, we'll use this for now. Should definitely be easier to see on stream, right? I mean, this is still small. But... I'm guessing this is... Yeah, that's the same font as well. Okay, we'll go with this for now then. Alright, so we have a handle to... Well, an object really. This becomes the memory mapped file. This becomes the memory mapped accessor. So this is equivalent to the... Well... Let me run through it. I'm keeping jumping ahead. Step by step, okay. This becomes a pointer to the first byte of memory. This is our the real live memory. There's a reference, you know, in the same way as we had a reference to a telemetry struct in C++. We have that here for the live. And here, this is the real copy, our actual local copy, if you like. That's why it's no longer a reference. It's the real deal. I can ignore the kerning around the eye. cutting around the eye? What's wrong with it? I mean, it's fixed size. It has to be having a big gap to the right. Is it because it's like there's like 1 pixel smaller on the right side? And then finally we have whatever the counter was last time we updated. And I use this for a reason, which I'll explain in a minute. Okay, so when we first start off, we open the memory mat file, it's got that name, we open it for reading, and then we get an accessor. This is, if I'm not mistaken, this is basically the equivalent to this line. And from that, okay, it's not directly equivalent because we don't really get the pointer to the first byte from this. But from this, we could do something like this. We can read, if we can do read into... Is this the one where you can specify the type? Read... It's telemetry. Is that how you do it? From positions... Oh no, you specify output that way, okay. Oh no, wait, yes, that is how you do it. So you can say from position 0 into tel recent, for example, and that should work. But it doesn't. Oh, right, you have to specify the word out so you can set it. Okay, that does work. But that would be inefficient. Because just to be able to read it at all involves either like copying a bunch or stuff. But anyway, to cut a long story short, we can get a reference to the first byte in the same way as you can in C, and then this becomes persistent. And this always points to the live memory in a way that you can read. Well, you can't quite read it yet. What you do... Ah, right. Ah, yeah, that's the other thing. This is another thing that I'm not used to the syntax of, which is... This is actually not strictly... Well, it's a property. Rather than, like, you know, a thing that you can access. Wait, property? Isn't that what they were always called in C#? Anyway, as you can probably tell, this is where I'm extremely not really understanding the syntax and stuff. But essentially, it means that whenever we try to get tel live, it's really reading the first byte as if it's an this telemetry pointer. I'm really hoping that it's not, you know, it's just choosing to read it in a different way. It's not actually doing real conversion at that moment every time we're reading it. But yeah, this is stuff that I've never done before in C#, and it's all a little bit confusing to me. And yeah, we just try this. We wrap this all in a try block because any of them could fail if it's not running. And I expect this to fail first and never this to fail, but just in case, I wrap them all in a try block and I handle the possibility that each, you know, whichever one failed in a row, in sequence, we then sort of dispose of shit, which I'm not sure that I even need to do in C#, but it just feels scary to not be doing that when I'm dealing with slightly lower level stuff. As you can probably tell, I'm not very used to using C#. Yay! Anyway, if all goes well, we reach the end, we return true, and yeah, at this point, we do not return not true. So we continue on. Oh yeah, the reason we do this is if first byte is null. This starts off null, which is, strictly speaking, a null pointer. If we manage to set up the first byte, it becomes a pointer to the first byte in here, then it's no longer null. If it is null, we try to set up. If we fail to set up, we return false, and we give up. And we'll try again next time round. So basically, we're trying to do this a whole bunch. I could probably make it not do this on every frame, just to, you know, save a bit of CPU time. But I don't think it's wasting too much CPU time. I mean, technically, the example code over on the browser is actually going to be checking more often than this, because this is all just in a while loop, and with only a sleep of 5 milliseconds. Whereas in Unity, we're checking every roughly 16 milliseconds for 60 frames per second. They're actually checking at, what would it be? 5, 10, 15, 20. What's 1,000 divided by 5? Why am I stupid? 200 frames a second, right? Anyway, okay. Right, so anyway, so if we manage to get telemetry data, sorry, if we manage to initialize telemetry data, then we're going to try to actually get it. This is very similar to the code that was in the C++ reference code that we just looked at, but it has two functions. I'm going to have to change this, Stewie, right now. But basically, what we're doing here is we're killing two birds with one stone, which is a horrible expression. Firstly, our counter starts off at 0. If this here is, remember, this is the live data. This can change at any moment. Firstly, we see if it's any different. So this lets us only update if a new frame is even available. So if the real live counter matches our previous counter, well, we don't need to do anything. We've been checking too quickly. There's no new frame of telemetry available. Just return whether we've changed or not, which is false by default. Otherwise, if it has changed, then we're going to start going through this loop. We make a note of what the current live counter is. This line here grabs the real live data and makes it a copy. This was also a bit of a surprise to me, that this saying one thing equals another thing makes an actual full copy of something that's a pointer. But okay, whatever. It does. This is more C# syntax that I'm a little bit confused by. And then we mark that the data has changed. However, it might not be valid yet. So what we do is we go one time back to this top of the loop, and we see if this number that we read at the beginning differs from the number that's really right now. So effectively, what we're doing here is checking before to after. And if they match, then we can break out, right? Because they're no longer different. This condition fails, we break out. Have changed has become true by this point, we return true. And this becomes some nice data. Oh god. Bye bye, Devil. Thank you very much for stopping by. However, nothing. Thank you very much for stopping by. But however, to this, I kind of want to change it now. Following Stewie's recommendation that we should be checking. We should only be accepting it if the value is even, not odd. And let me just very quickly print this out. Right after a... For the Treven. I remembered to say Treven this time. I hope that was satisfactory. Oh my god, my hand. But yeah. I'm just gonna make it print this every time it updates. So this is the update function for Unity, obviously every frame this runs. If we successfully read a new frame of telemetry data, then we can use it. All I'm going to do for now is print the number out. If this is going up by 2 every time, or roughly every time in case we accidentally read mid-update, then I can implement Stewie's really nice idea of only updating when the number is even. As well as it having changed. Okay, let's try this. Let's show the update number. Let me also show the vehicle speed. I might as well show it on the same line. Vehicle speed plus recent.vehicle.speed meter. Just because this is more satisfying to see. Don't need that anymore. Alright, let's switch over to Unity. Wait for it to recompile. And then I'll get it running. And then I'll get Trackmania running. Excuse me. Okie dokie. This is going to be complaining it couldn't open the OSC socket for receiving motion data and stuff because, hey, look, me running here already has the socket open and is receiving the motion data. Anyway, where are we? There we are. TM Proc waiting for game. It just shows that line in start just to make sure that I actually have this script enabled in here, so I'm not like trying to debug and the script's not even running, because I've done that before, trying to debug things, wondering why a thing is not running, and it's because, oh, I'm never calling it. Anyway, let's just fire up the game and see what happens, shall we? Spoiler, it should work because I tested this, oh my god, off stream and I haven't changed the code yet. Look at that! Look at that! Successfully got pointed to first byte of telemetry. Hell yeah! Wait, why is another open planet set up? I did this update like right before the game. Okay, fine. Let's run the game again then, because open planet just updated. Open planet is the thing for Trackmania that lets you have plugins, such as the one that I always have visible at the top left, which shows the best time that I've got so far. Okay, there we are, nice. Also, there you go, Stu, there's proof that it reset the number to 0 when I restarted the game. Okay, so this line here successfully got pointed to the first byte of memory. That is from the end of init telemetry. That's this line here. And really, kind of nicely, you can see that there was an update. Went straight from 0 to 2. And even nicer still is that it's not spamming updates when you're not in a race. So let me just take us out of full screen. Can I just resize the window? I can! Look at that. The wonder of modern games. Okay, so... Whoa, look at that background! Imagine playing an ultra-wide monitor and it looks like that. That looks so... weird. Not very nice. If I dare say so myself. Wow, did you see that? Look at that! It becomes all chunky, pixelated. If it's small. Not doing the bi-cubic. Okay, anyway. Alright, so let's go into a game and make sure that it keeps on updating by 2 every time. Let's just go into the winter campaign first. First one, why not? There's another update. Once we enter... There we go, now we've got a long stream of updates. And look at that, they're always even numbers. Me playing Trackmania? I don't know. Not right now, but also look at this, the vehicle speed is doing things because there's a demo car racing around. So yeah, that's why I said we should probably check the, what is it called? Is local or something. I think it's called is local, right? And if that's true, I assume it's false right now. You're getting updates. We are, look at that. But yeah, we should probably not act on any of the data we receive if is local is false, because it's just going to be like from a demo car. But yeah. Now if I click drive alone. Wait, am I doing TOS? What? I drive. Look at that. The speed goes down according to this. Also, a very interesting thing I've noticed is that Trackmania's, the little speed that's shown on the back here of the car, that is, it's got like a kind of peak hold on it. Task? No, I'm not doing it until it says this video. No. This is purely reading the memory. I'm not changing anything. But it kind of holds the highest value that's been at. Watch. See how it hangs at 11 like that? Or if I just tap it, there it goes like 3, 1, 0, or even there, 2, 1, 0. Ah! Thank you very much for the follow! Ooh, hour. Welcome. Thank you. Hi. But yeah, you see how it's like holding this value? Like that? when you look over here, it's like, even if you see 2 on there, by the time you see it on there, like you're not seeing the number that was on there. It's already gone down. So if you see 3 hold on there, it kind of just looks like it's saying 2 on there. If you see 2 hold on there, kind of just looks like it's saying 1 on there. So yeah, that's just an interesting thing that I noticed. And it's not an off by 1 error. If you scroll up high enough, you will see for a moment that it hit 2 right at the beginning there. Where it actually accelerated up past 1, then 2, and then went down. Yeah, if I really wanted, I could implement like a little peak hold thing on if I make an overlay for it on myself, on my own Unity thing as well, if I wanted the numbers to match, but I don't really care, to be honest. Anyway, so really, really, really happy that that works. So far so good, can't wait to see the final work. Thank you, thank you, thank you! Delta full of stuff. Yeah, I think it's just like a peak hold, like a... Like, you know, like in an audio meter, the way it just... Because your people are probably more interested in the highest speed that they reached, right? So they want to make sure that you'll see that, and that it won't get lost as the number starts ticking down. But exactly how they implement that, I'm not entirely sure. I don't entirely care, so... But yeah. Delta full of... I don't think... it could just be that it's being smoothed, but I don't think it is just being smoothed. I think it's really is holding the highest value. Okay, so we've got stuff so far. And we know that it is actually doing an update before and an update after the update. So we really do only want to get the data if the number before matches the number after and that number is even. So while they don't, we can simply just put an AND statement in the while, can't we? It should short circuit, right? So if they don't match, it's not going to bother checking whether they're even or not. It should just, that's enough for it to know that it needs to do this already. So if we do AND, what's the most efficient way of doing this? We could just check the least significant bit to see if it's 0, couldn't we? But is that an efficient way of doing it? Because you're going to have to AND it first. Oh no, right, you just, it literally is AND. Hang on a sec. Brain is being slow right now. So what we want to know is that this value, we might as well read it from here, because we already know that they're the same at this point, if we're reaching this check. If this and 1, right? The lowest, most byte, 0x0001, right? 1. Okay, and it doesn't want to automatically cast that into a Boolean. So if that is not equal to 0, I guess we have to do... Oh no, if it is equal to 0, sorry. Okay, so that should work. If a new frame of tel is available, or counter changed mid-copy in the previous iteration of this loop, or we memory is currently being changed, number will be even as incremented, there's no music, sorry, as incremented before and after, right? Man, this line is really doing a lot of heavy lifting now, isn't it? Reminder that that's the condition to keep checking. Well, it's going to check this every time around the loop. The only time we break out is if the rightmost byte is 1, which happens if the number is odd. Wait, the only time that we are going to break out is if the rightmost... Oh, that should be negative, right? Sorry, that should be false. if this is 1, so if it's odd, so if, right, we want to do this if the bad things are happening. So the bad thing is that either of these things are true. I'm literally typing or here and writing and. How stupid can you get? Probably that. Yes. Yeah, I was thinking backwards. I was thinking about what is a good condition rather than what is a bad condition, because we want this to repeat while the condition is bad. You could do the good condition and not everything as well. Yeah, I could. I wonder if that'd be more easy to understand, actually. This is not the same. Well, no, I think this description is more accurate. I'd have to change this comment if I want to change this. Sorry, number will be odd. Why the hell did I even write number will be even? Ugh. Man, my brain is apparently still not recovered. Okay, alright, so this should now be very reliable, hopefully. Well, I'll just double check that it still works and doesn't, you know, freeze. Also, God help us if I manage to exit Trackmania in the middle of it writing memory. This becomes 1 and we get stuck in a hard loop forever. She joked and then it happened. Maybe even do a while. You could do the good condition and everything and maybe even do a while. What? This is a while. How am I misunderstanding? Wow, apparently I've played Trackmania for 66 hours. That's more than I expected. Alright, nice. It got the update and we're still responding. I call this a success. Let's see if we get another one when we go through to the menu. Connecting. Why do you need to connect to get through to the menu? Come on! Starting the engine. It's kind of funny that it says that. There we go, got another update. Nice. Alright, it's working. Alright, go away, Trackmania. You're working. You can go. You can go. Shoot! Go away. Be gone! A do while loop with the condition at the end. Wait, why would I want it to always execute? Okay, so we've got our data now. So I guess I can't put off using it for any longer. Let's dive into the Forza processing stuff. What is all this? This is my stuff. There we are. Okay, so this is what we're doing for Forza Horizon 4 stuff, and this is what I mean about the comments now being long, so you can't really read them. I mean, they often did go over the edge anyway. Oh hey, all these comments are actually of an okay length. Maybe this is just a better font that uses better space of the makes better use of the space. Okay, so we have some things. We have this array of dynamic bones to move, which are so my hair moves based on dynamic bones, and based on whether the car is upside down or not, or how it's like, you know, being pulled from side to side, I will want my hair to sort of move accordingly. So this is this list of them. There's a bit of nastiness in here for dealing with dynamic bones that don't already have a force. So a force on a dynamic bone is essentially like a gravity component. So you can have the hair always move towards a certain direction as if being pulled there by gravity. And for bones that don't have a force already applied, I want to give them like a default force, essentially. I want them to do something. Otherwise, we use the original force. And this actually becomes what I call a multiplier. In other words, it becomes a value between 0 and the original force. So we scale it, essentially. So that, you know, if I become like weightless, like I'm falling through the air in the car, then the hair is no longer being pulled down at all. That kind of thing. And obviously if I'm going down, the car's moving down faster than normal speed, then my hair would become negative, right? It would move upwards. Cat! Hello! Hi! Hey, Cat! Do you want to see a thing? Hold on a sec. I've lost it. Ubisoft! But hi, Cat. How's the cat doing? There's a cat! So you wiggle to rumbles? Or do I wiggle to rumbles? Not yet. But we are starting to be able to get the data from Trackmania that we'll need in order for that to happen. By the way, Kat, there's also a one of the things that it puts out is, wait, one sec. This is all of the information that you can get from the game. Look, there's one called this. Look at that. Look at that. Rumble intensity. Could be useful in the future. Anyway, posture check, thank you. Which I guess is just how much it's actually, you know, making the gamepad vibrate. Apparently it only uses one motor, or uses them both the same way. But thank you. Thank you for the posture check, Exia. There's also RPM for maximum usefulness. Yeah. That's what I did for Forza Horizon 4 for fun times that we can't be talking about on Twitch. That reminds me, I've seen it Fox on my way home yesterday. Oh, nice! That's pretty cool. Just woke up after 10 hours of sleep. Damn, lucky Fox. Oh, feeling dead is maybe not so lucky. But that's cool, Mucka. Here, Cat, look. I don't know if you can read this tiny text down here, but look. Vehicle speed. Look, as I accelerate. Whee! This number here matches this number here. Yay! We're actually able to read stuff from the game. I'm actually able to read all of the stuff, not just that, but I haven't used it yet. Also, I need to not play this too much, otherwise I'm gonna start wanting to actually play the game. Oh god! Shit, okay, never mind. Also, interestingly is, this memory mapped file just stays open because we still have it open here. So when Trackmania reopens it, we're already able to read it. We don't need to reinitialize, which is kind of nice. So as long as we've initialized once throughout the entire time of this running, it's all good. We can keep on reading it. Okay, it was me. Oh my god, you saw Cat! You hurt your knee after seeing the fox. Oh no. It was a cursed fox. I need something that makes my model roll when I roll in Elden Ring. That would be so funny. Wait, can't you just, like... If you press a key to roll, can't you just bind that key to, like, an animation in... in VC phase? Can you use, like, a single key? Or does it have to be, like, Control, Shift, blah, 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 blah? It's on your controller. Well, there is a program called Joy2Key, which will, like, convert joystick or gamepad inputs into key presses. I wonder if any of the games Cat plays have something similar. If F1 or Assetto Corsa or Rally, I would be surprised if they did not. I feel like those are played for... I feel like those are played by, you know, hardcore people who spend, you know, $1 million on, like, an entirely surround monitor set up on one of these moving chairs and everything, so I'd be kind of surprised if they didn't have that kind of data, because they need to, right? To get the chairs to bounce in real life. Sim rig. Oh, okay. You have joystick. Oh, okay. Well, there you go then. Just one step away. You can have it trigger a mask, the gasm mask, every time you roll, I guess. That'd be a fun thing to try. I wonder if VC Face will actually capture those simulated keystrokes from Joy to Key. We'll put one on my throne. It's just 4k euros. That is a lot cheaper than I was expecting. I'm not gonna lie. Also, I hope you don't get, like, injured from it. It got super cheap during COVID. That's pretty cool. Wait, did it get more expensive afterwards again? Oh man, there's music though! Also, did I miss a redeem? I feel like I missed a redeem recently. Hi you, Kai Chat! Hi Cat! I don't think I missed it. They realized people would buy it during COVID. Okay. Well, I mean, COVID is still happening. It's just not being reported on as much, so still nice and cheap, right? Oh wait, it actually is! So it came down from 15k to 7, and it's cheaper now. Wow! Damn! Wow. Nice. Nice that they didn't get greedy and think, well, people will buy this now, so let's make more money! Instead of actually making it cheaper. It's nice when companies do that. Yeah, wow, you really must be half asleep making all those typos, huh? Let's just blame it on the sleep. Can't blame it on the sleep. It's a clever move? Yeah. A very clever move. I hope you feel less dead soon. Is your nails? Ah. Time to start biting your nails. I'm joking. Okay, so let me just have a look how we do it in Forza Horizon 4. We calculate the gravity from pitch and roll. So we get the X, Y, and Z gravity from the pitch and roll. Okay, and we do have pitch and roll from Trackmania as well, so this part's completely covered. Acceleration. And acceleration is 3 floats. Okay, I need to quickly get my where the hell's... I can never remember where I stored this text file that I made that is telling me the internals of Forza Horizon's telemetry crap. Tattoo is almost gone, so I'll have to take a shower now. Ah. Oh well, don't worry, you have a lot more that you can put on, right? The temporary tattoos. Also, enjoy your shower. A colleague of mine got a TV for like a third of the original price during COVID. Oh, wow! Oh wow, people still watch TV? No, I'm kidding. Alright, where the hell is my text file for... Thingamabob, huh? Where would I have stored it? Is it just in my generic folder for stuff that used to be on my desktop but has no resting place? So its resting place is now that place? Forza... Nope. FH... No. Is it in the project folder for... my Unity project? Nope. Oh, man, I don't even know where to start looking for this file. They fingered people. Hey. Hey, I was just reading your text. would be willing to buy it to race at home since they can't take their car out. So reducing the price, it made people take the opportunity and they made so much profit of it. Yeah, I guess they would. Showering you. Oh, okay. That's just showering me. I see. $800. Okay, that's a lot. I read that only just now. It's a good typo. If you have to make a typo, you know, there are worse ones you can make. Okay, where in the name of God? Oh, wait. Did I put it inside the project folder for this thing? I did. Nice. Okay, let me show you it. Give me 1 second. No, to find it. I was ahead. Stop spraying me! Okay, here it is. So this is the data that Forza Horizon 4 sends out, which is a lot shorter. Like a fifth. Gonna get a shower too. I have no worries. Thanks for stopping by, Mokatek. You like showers, a weird cat. Hey now. Okay, so we read... Which ones were you reading again? I used to have a version of this file with all of the offsets written down at the beginning. It's annoying that I don't anymore. I just don't know where it is. So I'm going to... do it again, I guess? Wait. Oh, I guess there isn't an easy way to do this, is there? I can't believe I did this, and then I lost the file. I guess I'll do it again. Also, I realized I could actually just be doing it this way. One sec. Boop. And then... boop. Wait, just kidding, it doesn't actually insert the character I want, does it? In that case, we can just insert that, for example. Cut this back. And do find and replace. Replace this. With this. Boop. All done. So this is offset of 0. 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 28, 32, 36, 40. I'm gonna make a mistake and mess up soon. Then, but I don't want to save it anywhere at the moment. I wanna see what the offset was in the first place. 20. That pattern was like perfectly in sync with the music. It's just like... it's like you're just tapping your hand on the desk along with it or something. Let's see. Bear with me 1 second, please. Okay. Thank you for the patch purpose as well. So we already have it here, which is
Cheese.
That's not cheese. Neil, hi. I personally am alright. Okay, so 20 is what we want. Axel X, Axel Y, Axel Z. I'm alright, thank you. I kind of wonder okay, here's what I'm wondering. I simply map these two rotations when I'm processing them from Forza Horizon 4. On my way, Mocha. Alright, have fun, you two, in the shower. But yeah, but this thing here already calculates how the chair should be rotated. like this. So maybe I can just use those values directly. But I do wonder, you know, how it's calculating this. And I guess I could just calculate the acceleration myself from the velocity. Maybe that's a better thing to do. But yeah, how's you, Neil? And thanks for stopping by. I could just calculate it from velocity. I'm assuming this is then going to be measured like in meters or something, right? And the timestamp, what was the timestamp measured in again? I think it said 10 milliseconds, right? The unit was 10 milliseconds. Timestamp resolution of included time is 10 milliseconds. So you can just see above my ears if I dip down. You know what? To make this actually the same, let's just calculate the acceleration ourselves. It's even already calculating velocity, right? So it couldn't have made it much easier. We don't even need to worry about the... Wait. Okay, wait a sec. Velocity. Wait a sec. Wait a second. What is the velocity measured in, I wonder? Velocity. World velocity. What is that even measured in? I guess the world's position is going to be measured in meters, if it's anything like Unity. But what would velocity be measured in? Meters per second? Meters per frame? I'm assuming that it's not kilometers per hour because those are written elsewhere. Wherever that is. Somewhere in vehicle state. Where was it? Where was it? Thought it was in here somewhere. Am I blind? Speed. There it is. Okay. Well, you know what? Let's just read it and see what kind of values it shows, and then we can work out from that probably what the units are measured in, right? Yeah, let's just try it. Wait a second. I might have just realized where I've saved the version that has... Yes! Okay, I just found the version that has all the offsets written. Okay, never mind. I don't even need to be saving that changed version. Alright. That's a bonus. Okay, so we currently just have Forza proc and we have TM proc. So I kind of want to make a third module now, a third class now, which is going to be fed in the data that we're reading from these things. Convert to same coordinate system, swap Z and Y axis because Forza uses plus Y equals down, while the pitched roll conversion assumes Z equals up. Also invert Z axis so 1 equals down and minus 1 is up. Look at this mess we're having to do here. So basically what we're doing is we get the acceleration data, which is the meters per second squared in the X and the Y and the Z axes, right? And then, but that only takes into account the car's motion. If the car's upside down, they're all going to be 0. It's not going to be like, you know, as you might expect, pulling down in the opposite direction. So you could say pulling up from your point of view, right? Instead, it tells you the orientation of the car, its rotation, and from that I can calculate the gravity pull X, Y, and Z, which is basically acceleration. You know, we wouldn't be able to tell the difference. So I add them together after converting them into the same coordinate units. There we are, we simply add them. occasionally at one point I had this to boost it by more than the real speed. Boost significance of gravity for cosmetic effects. Because a rolled car is rare. Yeah, then I decided to not do that because it was stupid. It was making me bounce out of view too much. Or slide out of view too much. And then this part here is... we have an accumulation thing, basically. We build up the acceleration. Essentially it avoids really sharp spikes, making me suddenly go like zoom insanely far forward for one single frame and then backwards. Because in real life, we can't do that, right? We have a kind of inertia, so we have this accumulation of stuff. Tiny vibrations won't move us so much, but if it's a sustained, like, acceleration, will, you know, start flying through the car windscreen and stuff, right? So that kind of just emulates that. That's basically what it's doing. We have a fake mass of ourselves. Anyway, mass is a bit wrongly named. I think it should be like momentum, if I'm not mistaken. I remember Stewie saying the name of that's not strictly correct. I think I planned it to be a mass and it ended up becoming more like a momentum or inertia. I can't remember. Anyway, right, so I kind of want to separate out some of these stages. I only really want TM Proc to be dealing with the actual reading of the memory mapped file. And I want myself to move the exact same, whether it's Forza Horizon 4 or Trackmania, so I think I want to separate out some of these things. Maybe move them into their own places as well. So these are grouped by OSC. Trackmania is not OSC, so it's outside. But maybe it'd make more sense to have them grouped by racing integrations rather than...
Nice.
Thanks. Finley! Hello! Hi, Finley. How you doing? Thanks for stopping by. But yeah, maybe it'd make more sense to group them by racing game thing rather than, you know, the fact that it's coming in from OSC. Evening, madam. Hi. How's the fen doing today? Let's call this... what did I call this one? Screen receiver, Forza Proc. Let's call this Racing Proc. Racing processes or something? Ranger's racing. Car games. Let's call it car games. Car game stuff. Fan is on quarantine. Oh no! Hope you're alright. Hope you become alright soon enough is what I really mean. Car game stuff. Right, you can go in there. In that case, I'll then move... wait, it's recompiling. Then we can move TM Proc into car game stuff as well. And I'll make a main... I'll make a new script as well called... Car game proc or something? Car... movement proc? Something like that? Car movement? I don't even know. Sure, why not? Why not? In actual fact, maybe this will do stuff with not only movement of cars, because both of these games will tell you things like speed, stuff like that as well, RPM, you know, so... maybe I should call it Car Game Proc. Because in the future, we might do more than just positions. Don't worry about it, Finny. They usually starts off chaotic and then becomes very calm. It might be because they're busy, or it might just be, you know, having me on in the background, or maybe I'm just, you know... they realize that I can't concentrate when there's lots of hectic stuff going on and they want to give me a chance to concentrate. And it's fine. Lurkers are very much appreciated. They always have been. Okay, so this is car game proc. Alright. And then this is gonna want, so I'm gonna want an instance of this running, I guess. Kind of, well, can I make it static? No, I can't, because it's gonna need references to non-static stuff, isn't it? Okay, then, in that case, I'm gonna put a car game proc. Okay, so in the end, we're gonna want all of this stuff over here to be on the car game processor. Could even rename these from Forza Root, Forza Bounce, and Forza Tilt, and Forza D Offset. Could even rename those all to like Car Root, Car Bounce. In the future though. Tilt and Bounce. Yeah, everything here is not specific to Forza. Now, Skolko! Damn! Thank you very much.
Cheese.
Not for the cheese, but hi Spitfire. But thank you very much for the resub, Skolko. How has it been 7 months already? I keep asking this, but I honestly don't understand it. How'd you get the car speed and such from Forza and Trackmania? Differently for each game. Let me just change to some common music. I'll explain. We've just sort of run through all of the details, actually. But I'll give you like a crash course. Or maybe crash course is not the best word to use when we're talking about cars, but... Alright. Let's go to common music. Okay. But yeah, hi Spitfire, how you doing? For Forza Horizon 4, it comes through UDP. So, you know, like over the network if you like, but it's on the same computer. It doesn't have to be on the same computer. Some people actually have... There are apps for like Android, and I assume iPhone, which can receive the motion data. So you can just have like a screen, have your phone showing a screen that's like a dashboard, and your computer then running the game transmits the telemetry over the network to your phone, and you have like the speedo and stuff on your phone, which is kind of neat. 99 Madame, night Finley. Hope you get some nice sleep. Hope you start feeling better soon. But thank you very much for stopping by. Sleep well. So yeah, through Forza it comes over the network through UDP. You can just tell it to spit out its packets, and then anything that's listening can, well, pick them up and act based on them. With Trackmania, it's through... by the way, that's actually an option in the game. There's an option to enable telemetry. Maybe Neil. Let's not worry about it too much. And Trackmania presents its data in a bit of a... Oh right, I was going to say these are deleted. I've got to reopen them in their new location. Boop. And boop. Trackmania does it through what's called a... Well, actually I might be using the wrong terminology, but a memory mapped file. So essentially it just has a region of memory in the game that it presents out to Windows as if it is a file, or rather it's a region of memory that you can access in the same way or a similar way that you could access through a file handle. And it names itself Mania Planet _ telemetry. So you open a memory mapped file, you say that you want to read from it, and then you can get a pointer to the first byte of the memory that it's presenting to you. And the memory that it's presenting to you contains all of this stuff. All of this. Frankly, this is an absolute mess because it's had to be having all this boilerplate grossness added for C#. But if you were to look at this in the C++, then it's, you know, it looks slightly neater. We've got all of these things. Information about the race, vehicle, blah, 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 blah. I mean, you've got a whole load of stuff in Forza too. Forza's stuff is all this stuff. And yeah, essentially you can just tell C and C# if you are willing to free yourself from Nanny. I have such strong feelings about C# not wanting to let you use pointers. But yeah, if you utter the magic incantations, then in C# too, you can convince it that this pointer to the first byte of memory that Trackmania is sharing is actually a pointer to the first byte of a struct that's laid out like this. And then you can access all the properties in here. And as you do that, you're actually reading from the memory of Trackmania. And a little bit of care is needed to make sure that you actually get a non-corrupted copy of the memory, because you don't want to try to read it mid-update. But yeah, there's a little bit of dancing around to avoid that. But essentially, once you've read it, you can use those values. So yeah, to answer your question, UDP for Forza Horizon 4 and a memory mapped file for Trackmania. And some other games, apparently. But this is something that I've not done before in C#, and I haven't done it before at all. But it's using some syntax and stuff in C# that I've never used before, which is not strictly necessary. Wait, is it strictly necessary? No, I don't think it is strictly necessary. We could have done it without a pointer. But for efficiency, of it not, allocating a new struct all the time, we had to go this route of using a pointer, which meant using unsafe mode. But yeah, so we're getting the data, but it's time to actually use it. So this is where I want to kind of split out some of the functionality that's currently in Forza, because that was the only game that I had support for this for, out into a more generic class, which can be used for the data coming from Trackmania too. Okay, so I kind of want to take most of this stuff, I'm going to be brutally honest, most of this stuff, really most of this stuff. It would almost be easier if I just rename this class. Now I think about it. When you said telemetry, I assumed it was going to be data that is only read and sent by Microsoft and Ubisoft, not the local user. Ah, yeah, no, this is the good kind of telemetry. This is like the racing kind of telemetry, not the Big Brother spying on you kind of telemetry. This is just the stuff that you enable if you want to, or Trackmania makes available for anyone who wants to. Although I only realized very recently when someone told me about it. I don't remember who it was. Might have been Stewie, but I'm not sure. Yeah, no, this is the fun kind of telemetry, not the, hey, this is this person's name, and by the way, we're completely de-anonymizing this, but de-anonymized data can still be linked to someone, and we don't store any IP addresses, but obviously we have to transmit it from your IP address, so we still know the IP address. Anyway. I have strong feelings about data collection when it's not necessary and done without permission. Going to bed. Bye bye. Oh, no worries. Thank you very much for stopping by. Hopefully this wasn't too much of a boring and pessimistic stream. Sleep well. But yeah, there's a load of stuff you can get from it. Right now I'm only caring about, my, the real-time acceleration and stuff. I love this kind of nerd stuff. Nice! Well, hopefully there'll be a whole bunch more. It's not always Unity, but it does tend to be nerdy. Gonna be honest. I return. How's itting? It's sitting. Alright, no worries. Bye, King. Sleep well. Alright, I'm gonna copy everything from here. Then I'm gonna remove the stuff that I don't need. That's not car specific. And then from Forza, I'm gonna remove all the stuff that is car specific. So yeah, gross to begin with, because duplicates everywhere. But let's see, so all of this stuff, all of these public things, and the private things in fact, are nothing to do with Forza. All of this is nothing to do with Forza. That's all not Forza specific. This is where it starts being Forza specific, because we just pass in the raw byte array that is sent out by Forza. So this is where we need to know the offsets for each bit of data we want. But yeah, welcome back, Stu. I'm just starting to split out right now the Forza and the non-Forza related stuff into its own thing. So yee. And I was wondering earlier about what the velocity units would be in order to calculate the acceleration. Because I'm not so confident that the ready calculated angles for the chair are actually what I would want it to be. And I thought, well, if I can just calculate acceleration, then it's gonna, you know, I can just
Cheese.
I can just cheese. Exactly, Berserkinger. Welcome, by the way. Hi. Thanks for stopping by. I thought, you know, if I can just get it in the same units, then I can just have it look identical to Forza Horizon. I really want things to work the same way, so I might as well just start with the same data, right? But I was wondering what this is measured in. And I was thinking, well, the position, if it's anything like Unity, is probably going to be in meters, right? Ignoring the orientation stuff right now. So then the velocity is probably going to be in meters per something. Is it meters per second? Meters per frame? So I was just going to start dumping this out into the log and just look at the values and see what looks like a sensible assumption about what it's being measured in. But that's going to be after I've split out these things into their own functions. But yeah, hi. How's you doing, Berserkinger? Whoa! Kanami! Hi! Welcome!
Cheese.
Why?
Cheese.
Okay as well. Welcome. Hi, what were you up to? Were you continuing to, shoot magic with really violent effects? I swear the magic in that game everything feels so violent and like aggressive. It always makes me jump whenever you just shoot. It's like it's almost like you're whipping someone. Anyway, hope you're having fun. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome everybody. And hi Choco. And hi Oku. Ta-da! Yep. Pig Spot's Legacy. Hi, welcome. What is that? What is this? Wait, what are those drops? I mean, what are those symbols? Are those symbols correct? Or are they... Are those symbols... Wait a minute.
Casseri.
Wait, what are those symbols meant to be? I'm very confused. Zai!
Casseri.
Wizards? Okay, that's interesting. But yeah, thank you. I hope you had fun, Kanami, and thank you for the raid. And thank you very much for the resub, Zai!
Cheese.
That's a lot of cheese.
Juustoa.
God damn it.
Cheese.
Oi, cheese.
Thank you, Zai. It's much appreciated. How is it 5 months already? God damn it. But how is everyone? Hope you're alright. Male mage tone light. Ah, I see. So it was the male symbol in order to make it a male mage. I see. This is too much cheese. Way too much. Hey, Zai, we were dealing with memory mapped files today. Fun stuff. I haven't done it before. Unfortunately that part's kind of done now, so you missed that, but I can go through it again if you want. But yeah, those symbols are little wizard emojis. Okay, nice. I see. Hope you had fun. Yeah, fun stuff. I finally have used unsafe mode. I was able to remove the nannying part of C# and get it to allow me to use pointers. Anyway. Here we are. So we open a memory mapped file, blah, blah, blah. We get access to the first 4,096 bytes. And then we get a pointer to that. And then whenever we access that pointer... By the way, this is syntax that I'm not familiar with in C#. I understand how to do this in C, but I'm not understanding some of the weird incantations you have to chant to get C# to do the same thing. But essentially we read a telemetry-sized chunk of the memory that Trackmania is presenting as if it's a struct. And then do a little fun dance here to ensure that we didn't read it in the middle of it being updated. Telemetry, yeah, so this is the fun kind of telemetry, racing telemetry, as in like real-time information about the car, the race, and all that kind of stuff. Not the kind of invasive Big Brothers looking at how many times you clicked on this pixel within the last hour and totally anonymizing it and uploading it to ad providers and stuff. Not that kind of telemetry. So yeah, this is from Trackmania, the racing game. This is how Trackmania presents all of its stuff. You've got information like all of the inputs. Interestingly, you can see if you're tooting the horn right now. So I could make it so that when I toot the horn in the game, a huge train horn comes out of my head or something. That suddenly becomes Siren Head, right? I thought we all would now send data to Euc Limited every day. No, that is not a thing that is ever going to happen. I can very confidently say that. I have strong feelings about unnecessary and unauthorized, if you like, collecting of shit. And then sending it over and selling it. But anyway, let me go other information here. I haven't had a look into how to convert null terminated char arrays, like, you know, single bytes spelling text, converted into C#'s idea of what a string is, which is apparently double byte stuff, but yeah, I haven't looked into it. There's probably a really easy helper function to do it, but I just haven't been asked to look into it. But it'd be kind of neat to show on the screen the current name of the map and stuff, maybe. She tried to convince herself. Checkpoint times. Oh, that could be kind of fun as well. Take a close look at that. You can't even see me. Wait, can I move my... Oh no, I didn't move that. The only way to see me is for me to just slide on over to the middle. Wait, where's my room? Oh yeah, right. My room is being stick camified. Oh god. It's always so like motion sickness inducing as the camera zooms back out. But yeah, I hope you're doing alright as well as I. And Oku! And I know that I missed saying someone. I know that I missed it. I said hi to Kanami. Who was it? Or did I not miss someone? I was convinced that I missed someone. Who did I miss? Shit, I don't even know. God damn it. Godverdomme. Doing somewhat okay. Hope you're doing well. I am doing somewhat okay as well. Thank you. But yeah. Where are we? I wonder actually if we could... You know, I sometimes do predictions, right? We sometimes do predictions on, will I beat, you know, will I manage to complete this track within 22.5 seconds, for example? Well, using the telemetry from the game, we could actually automatically determine that. How cool would that be? Maybe I could make a command that you can just, like... Zai!
Generosity? What's that? Dad jokes? That's what. Why couldn't the bicycle stand up by itself? It was too tired.
Thank you. Thank you for the dad joke. And also for the 420. Thank you, Zai. That's very kind. Dad jokes are always welcome. I might regret saying that at some point, but dad jokes are actually welcome at the moment. Just puns in general. They don't have to be daddy puns. Oh, that sounds different to how I intended it. Yeah, thanks. You didn't need to, but hey, I guess that's what generosity is all about, right? It'd be neat if I could make a command like exclamation mark Trackmania 23.5, for example. Like I could just type something like that, right? And it automatically starts a prediction. Will I complete this in less than 23.5 seconds? And sets up a thing that's going to start pulling the lap times to see... Oh, not lap times. Well, I guess lap times. To see if I do a lap in less than 23.5. Less than a week or two. Wouldn't that be cool? And then automatically end the prediction if I do it. Or if the map changes and I don't do it, then it marks the prediction did not happen. Wouldn't that be cool? Fully automated predictions? Well, not really fully automated, because I still have to initiate them, but... this is going way beyond what I was expecting. Yeah. Automated gambling. Maybe this is not something I should be streaming. Is this legal? I'm sorry, I swear I'm not trying to break the law, I swear. Oh! You know what? I should probably show something that I, did. You know what? 1 second. Let me just show something.
Fromage.
Twitch isn't going to be blasting people with ads anytime soon, is it? No. Thank you for the fans. Enlin! Hi! But, no patting, please. I mean, no, yes, patting, goddammit. No, no, throwing of cheese. Okay, I'm just going to start up a program. Which is going to take a little while to load. Check something. Oh, I should be fine. Should be fine, she said before her stream started lagging. It hasn't started lagging yet. I'm just firing up a thing that I want to show you.
Cheese.
It's not cheese that I want to show you. Hey!
Hazel.
Hey now! Settle down. Understand it's fun to throw cheese at the cat. You don't have to do it. Popping in to throw cheese, goddammit, isn't it? You had one job, which was to not throw cheese. It's literally apathy. You could have done nothing. Okay, it's taking a little while to start up, but it always does. I'm not here no rush. Goddammit, even you, Zai. Also the net! Hello, did I say hi to the net? I'm not sure I did. Yeah. Okay, the pats are allowed. Okay, I want to show you a thing that I've managed to do. I say managed to do, but it's like I'm just using software written by someone else. I wouldn't really call this a huge achievement. Although it's... Why am I being stretched? And who am I being stretched by? Zai! Goddammit. Okay, listen to this. I'm gonna type the last message that I see that I reckon will get read correctly. Oh, you know what? I'll read Zai's. Because, you know. Because you paid. I'm sorry, I swear I'm not setting up. Okay, have a listen to this. There is an artificial uke that exists now. Listen to this. It's gonna try to read the message that Zai typed. Generosity, what's that? Dad jokes, that's what? Why couldn't the bicycle stand up by itself? It was too tired. So I kind of might have a TTS voice now that's based on me. Bicycle. Hey, shush. She tried her best, alright? But yeah, this is the first ever time I've actually been able to train a neural net to be able to the first time I ever trained a neural net on a voice to replicate a voice, and I'm extremely happy with it. But yeah, I can't actually replace the TTS voice with it just yet because it's part of one huge, big, bloated program, as if any machine learning stuff is not huge, big, and bloated, but I want to kind of make it a smaller thing that I can just use to send a command to it whenever I want it to speak. I can just, like, use it, just send it something over UDP, for example, from Unity whenever I want it to speak. It'll render a WAV out for me, and then Unity can load it in and play it back at maybe a slightly higher pitch, so that, you know, it becomes apparent that it's not really my voice, you know? Just like how I pitched up the, you know, how the voice for this, the current voice that just read and Zybite's message earlier is kind of high-pitched. Yeah, I'm really happy about that. Let me just type bicycle by itself and see if it still reads it like that. Bicycle? Okay, that's even worse. By the way, if you dare end a sentence with the word to, T-O, right? She has some struggles. Nova already knows this, but yeah, it has major issues. It's basically the biggest way to make it fail. I'm gonna type the to. Wow, that really did behave weirdly. Okay, I'm gonna try and turn the volume down a bit because it's kind of loud. Anyway, here she goes. She's just trying to say the two. The two. 14 seconds of that. Also, I'm really sorry to anyone who was like trying to sleep, who just may have been woken up with a nightmare from that, but I that's with the volume turned down. It's like, it's louder than it usually is when it's trying to read that. Uke stroke. It's a stroke. What if I just say two by itself? Two, where? Why is it so fucking loud? God damn it. Just the word two is just what's normally so loud. Normally, I am not that loud. Normally, I'm not that loud. But yeah, I'm really actually quite happy with it. Ending a sentence with two. Changing a sentence with tits. With what did you say? Tending a sentence with tits, it sounded like. Changing a sentence with tits. Actually, it sounded a bit like changing a sentence. Stop knocking on my door, goddammit. But yeah, so the word two just messes it up, and that even messed up the beginning of the sentence, which is kind of interesting. Robo-Yuke is trying her best. Robo-Yuke is trying her best. Yeah, I'm gonna stop playing with myself on stream now. But yeah, I've got to find a smaller thing that I can use that's able to load and synthesize speech with that trained model. Exactly, no. Okay. But yeah, that was using a program, which is... Well, it's basically, it's a Tachytron 2 model, which is something made by NVIDIA, if I'm not mistaken. But they, but someone made like a nice, fully compiled Python program to be able to run it. It's so rare that you find a compiled Python program that, you know, will therefore just work. Anyway. And it's literally just called Voice Cloning App, which can be more generic. But unfortunately, if you search just for that on Google, it comes up with obviously sites that want to monetize it. So search GitHub instead and you'll find it. But yeah, it's big and bloated and has like a web server and the ability to train and all this useful stuff in it, but not stuff that I need once I've made the model, so... Anyway. I just kind of was reading for like a couple of hours to make training data for that. So yeah, it could, theoretically, it could be made to be a bit better even still. Anyway, let's continue what I was doing before, which was... It was sucking. Who is this person who's just knocking and sucking? Okay, I'm not even gonna finish the rest of that sentence. God damn it. Okay. So what I'm wanting to do right now is split... I'm always wanting to nya. I'm wanting to split out the code that's responsible for just making me bounce around. From this class called Forza Proc, as in the thing that processes the Forza Horizon telemetry stuff, into its own more generic class called Car Game Proc. And then Trackmania Proc and Forza Proc can just feed their data once they've, you know, cleaned it up a bit. Or extracted it into this, and this will be responsible for moving me around based on, you know, the car motion. Maybe in the future, who knows, I can add yet more support for yet more telemetry from more games. But not right now, that's for sure. She says adding it for Trackmania literally right now. Alright. Let's, what do I need to do? What do I need to do? Car Game Proc. Okay, so what we want to be passed into here, this is the question. So proc car data, this is going to be called in the end, and this is public. But just thinking. What do I need to pass it? We kind of want to know the acceleration. The acceleration based on speed, yeah. As opposed to like the apparent acceleration you feel when you're flipped over. Because for some reason, Forza Horizon 4 and Trackmania both give the things separately. They give you the car rotation, like its orientation, and they give you the... Well, actually Trackmania does give you the ready to plug into one of those sim rig chairs rotation of how the chair should be rotated based on acceleration. But I want to do it myself because I like making things hard for myself. X! Oh my god. Please stop digging me. So I think I might make a helper function that's going to be get screw it. We'll worry about this later. Let me just put down what I want. I want a vector 3, which is accel from speed. And I want another vector 3, which is... do I want another vector 3? I guess all we really want is felt accel, right? Like the accel, experienced accel. How do I do this? Accel? Felt accel. What a weird name to call it. Or accel felt, let's call it. So, oh, welcome back, Mukatech, welcome back. Naming variables. The thing that takes me the longest as always. We have a clean mocker now. So, acceleration experienced based on both speed and car orientation. So this is called all acceleration experienced based on that. And then we don't need to worry about this stuff at all. We only care about this. Is this a thing that's stored over time? No, that was a thing that was defined in here, Axel Kerr. So this is going to be Axel Felt. Ah, that's actually enough to avoid any errors. And then we don't want this Forza Horizon 4 specific stuff inside the generic car game thing, so we can remove that. Calculating gravity from pitch and roll. I feel like that's a useful function that I can make public. Because it's not specific to Forza or Trackmania either. We don't want this flipping debug logging all the time either. Wait, has that been like spamming the console with this the whole time I'm playing Forza Horizon 4? What the hell? How did I never notice? Okay, so that should be okay. So now we can remove all of the stuff from here. Well, you know what? Let me first switch back over to Unity. And I'll copy over all of the parameters before I lose them. Like all of these settings, I'll just copy over into the car processor. I'm gonna put a car processor on here, I guess. It's actually, let me just check. Does this script need to be on the object that it's affecting? Because you're passing in the transforms right here. Are we ever referring to like self or something, or getting components? Component. Nope, just in the comments. So we're never getting components based on, you know, the object that we're on. So screw it, doesn't even need to be here. We can put it in its own place. In that case, I'm going to have another little thing right here. It's gonna be... Wait, that's not nice to do. I wanted to make this the car proc. Inside the car processor is gonna be the Trackmania processor. And we're gonna copy this over to here as well. FH4 proc. Is that what it's called? No, Forza proc. Because actually it should work with Forza Horizon 5 as well. Sorry, let me just make it so you can see stuff on the right side. Okay. So we can now safely delete it from here, for sure. And it never worked again. And copy over all of the settings from here into here. Car game proc. Donate bones to move. Boop. This is the same. 0.9 and 0.9. Right, so we just need to copy these over. Which I'm gonna... Oh wait, it's just tilt and bounce. So I'll just drag. Tilt. To the tilt. Bounce. To the bounce. Alright, they should look identical and I switch between them now. Hell yeah. Alright, let's remove the... Oh no, we don't need to remove Forza proc script. We just need to remove the fact. We changed the fact that Forza proc script even has these. No. All it's going to do now is have a reference to the car proc, right? So that it can pass on its information. Then the car proc does the moving of things. Aaron! Hi! How are you doing? I'm alive. I say I'm alive because I was in your stream and I said I would need to get sleep if I was going to stream, blah, 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 blah. Anyway, hi, how are you doing? I'm glad you're alive. Bounce. That's really cute, Nova. What the hell? The flipped ones as well. I'm glad I'm alive. That's generous. Okay. In start, we don't need to be initializing anything there. We don't need to do any of this. We do want to do all of this stuff, but once we're using it, we don't do that in here. We don't do that. Oh, we do that. Sorry, this is exactly what we do in the Forza script. We do the part where it gets effective from the data. And this is now a public function in the car proc thing. So we want public. Actually, we could make it private. We could just obtain it from the parent. What's that font? It is MS Gothic. Which I'm using out of habit from days of your from coding in the past, where it was a default font. Wait, no, it might not have been a default font, but then I switched to it because it had support for Japanese characters while still being monospace and looking very good for code. I think that's why I did it. Does it have support? Am I using the correct version? Wait, that's not that one. Yeah. Is it precisely double width as well? It is! Look at that! It's precisely double the width, so it's still effectively monospace, or I guess you could call it duo space when you're typing in Japanese characters. I'm alive too. I'm glad you're in. Hi! Also, welcome, 5G Technician. I should have said. Instead, I answered your comment, which is possibly the better thing to do, because I sometimes forget that. I character is crazy with all the space on both sides. I mean, it's monospace. It has to have space on both sides, right? I mean, I can use a non-monospace font. Arial, sure, why not? There we are. Oh no! It feels like I'm reading like a WikiHow page with Arduino code on it. Do you have like a flat bottom? Okay, that's true, that's true. Yeah, okay, so originally I was using, well, just the default font, Consolus. Actually, now you meant to pronounce that. Consolus? Consolus? Consolas? The plural of consola. But it wastes so much space while still managing to look smaller. Look how these comments are almost off the edge. The other font manages to look bigger while somehow using less space. It's, or at least doesn't look bigger. Doesn't look smaller. Blah 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 blah. Anyway, Iosevka is also pretty narrow. I do not know that font. I'm assuming it's not a standard font. One sec, brace yourself. Wait, I don't want to print it. I want to choose the font. That's because pressing Ctrl P is how you load preferences in Audacity, if I'm not mistaken. Was it Audacity? Yeah, it doesn't seem to be a standard one. You know what? Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Iosevka. Wow, it actually predicted as I was typing that. 1 second. Does it have proper hinting is the question when I scale it down. Oh, they're forcing anti-aliasing on this webpage. I want to see how it looks without anti-aliasing. I might try sometime. It doesn't look too bad. I am used to this one though, so I might just keep using it. Also, thank you for the positive check, Steven. Oh no, I called you Steven again. I forgot to call you Treven. I'm sorry. So we want a public reference to the car game proc, which we might as well just call that. Alternatively, we can obtain it from the parent. This can just get its parent. But I don't know. In case I move things around and wonder why something breaks, I should probably make it, you know, an actual reference. That's public that you can set up. Oh, I forgot to remove these from here. I was wondering why I was saying that they're not used, but I'm still declaring them. I double checked. I did also declare them in there. Okay, let's have a look. Cal gravity from this is now going to be done from the public car game proc. Dot. There you go. So it's now just a handy little helper function that you can use. Accel to G mult. Maybe this does need to be declared publicly in the Forza one. Maybe this one is Forza specific. That might actually be Forza specific. Okay, let me just... Dot? Dot? Wait, did something say dot when I ran it? Did... What? I said dot. Did I? Oh, right, because I was saying car proc dot that, yeah. Car game proc dot. Dot. Secret dot? No, this kind of dot.
Dot.
The one that the TTS decides to read when I initialize it. Even though I pass in space, not dot. It's cleans it to have a dot on the end, and then reads the dot, which is a little bit silly. But yeah, I just make sure that the TTS engine is up and running at the beginning by doing that. Otherwise, it could, you know, make a bit of a gap if it tries to initialize the very first time I want to use it. Okay, so I think we've got everything we need. Axel, unnecessary assignment. That is true. We need to actually use it now. Thank you for the hydration. Excellent. It's been a while. Where's my hand? There it is. It's been... Where's my hand? There we go. Damn it. Accidentally poured juice all over myself, according to my avatar. I didn't really. But yeah, friendly reminder to hydrate yourselves, please. Just take a swig. What is happening? My setup's perfectly functional. I'll hear nothing else of it. Juicy uke. Juke. Hey, I've become a juke.
6 months since I met an amazing friend. Freedom Fox, Terry give piano. No. Musical _ note. Aaron Jam Peach 29 danced in Segmand and Sen of the Elite 8 dancer Jam Fox Walkie is Aaron Jam.
What happened to those emotes? What happened to the emotes, cat? But thank you very much for the resub. How is it 6 months? Okay, I was just wondering about this. Just last night when I was going to sleep, I was in bed and I was thinking, wait a minute, I've known Cat for a while. Specifically you, Cat, I was thinking of. I think because you're in Aaron's chat at that moment. And I was thinking, wait a minute, how long's it been? Because we're in February now. So January, December, November, October, September. It's really hard to work through months backwards, but is what I'm realizing right now. But anyway, thank you very much. But yes, you're the amazing friend. Gotta look. Gotta do lunch stuff. No worries. Enjoy your lunch, errands. I should be having flipping dinner soon. I realized that what I've typed is Jew. I was actually gonna try to continue it by saying Duke. No. Yeah, Duke. As in juicy Duke. That's what I was gonna say. Oh my god, did you just... Oh no, they're different. They're different, okay. For a moment, I thought you were just like using all of the emotes that the cat did as like a correction, and like, that have been dedicated. Don't flip your dinner. Don't make your kids tell it's fine. It is fine. It's fine. It's just a greeting, right? Oh god. Hey, the counter has reached 50 now. Oh damn, the I didn't catch it the second time. Hold on a second. Oh my, I can't believe you've got rid of the licky mode cat. You know what? I'm gonna lick it a whole lot more because of that. No longer is it possible for me to lick it only once. Also, I think it's about time that I actually commission Rinwest, as I've been talking about doing for like a month to get my own licky modes. Dumbfo. This shows Dumbfo in my chat because it got cut off at that point, yeah. I'm not gonna flip my dinner. I should be having it soon. Hell yeah! We support tail licking on this channel. Okay, so add a bit of this acceleration. Okay, bit of the total acceleration. No, a bit of the acceleration to running total. Blah 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 blah. Okay, Axel felt. By the way, this actually has a very interesting side effect that if I were to be running Forza Horizon 4 and Trackmania and my streaming setup at the same time, if my computer's okay with that, and all the DRM's okay with that, oh god, then the strengths of the bounces from both cars would actually accumulate. And if I was to go over like a bump on both cars at the same time, I'd like bounce doubly high. It'd be like I'm in both cars at once, somehow, both affecting my body. It'd be kind of interesting. By the way, my doorbell rang before I decided to take a shower. Would have been funnier if it would have rang a bit later. Oh my god, yes! It really would have been like Kat was just saying, "Hi Mucka!" And just you know. Where's the shower? Let's go. Let's go and do it. Alright, pass this acceleration on to influence avatar.
Cheese?
Nah, no cheese, thank you. But thank you for the offer, Sticky. Also, hi, Sticky! And Funkstop! Cheese?
Cheese.
I love the way it's whispered, cheese, while the cheese was slowly sliding down the face. For some reason, it just fitted really well. Oh, card game. Is it just me, or does it sound like the past tense of
Cheese!
should be cheesed? But also, is it just me, or does it sound like the past tense of fit should be fat? Like run and ran. Foot? I didn't sound like it should be foot. I saw, I licked Cat's tail. Back to back I go, alright, your work here is done. Your work here is done, so you better go and do work elsewhere then. But yeah, good luck, Enan. Thanks for stopping by. By the way, I have a perpetual Novaliminal licking stuck on my OBS right now. I don't know why it's stuck there, but it won't go away. It's like, you know, I'm clicking on things, but I just have Novaliminal stuck there. Oh, there we go, it disappeared. Oh, that sucks. Probably should have just kept it stuck, licking the whole time. Now I'm the proud owner of 35 mini pride flags. Hey, I see what you did there, the proud owner. Well, now you can show off your pride of being proud by showing off pride flags. It's almost like a self-fulfilling prophecy in a way, isn't it? Or something like that. 35 mini pride flags, because this time I didn't read the description of them coming in a pack of 5. Oh no, oh well. I nearly said oh Nova. Because I was gonna say oh no, and then I saw Nova's name, and it's like, my brain just went on autopilot. Well, hopefully they weren't too expensive, Mokatech. Maybe you can sell them, or maybe you can just like make like a string of them. You know, like just put them on a string. I don't know what kind of flag they are, but yeah, you could sort of decorate it. Cat, that's kind of funny. Okay, so we're going to, what was it? Proc car data. Passing it in Axelka. That should be it. And at this point, everything should work as it did before. But now we want to add stuff for Trackmania. So first of all, we're going to add a public reference to the... I might as well put this underneath. Probably put private on all of these as well, just to make it explicit. Wait a minute. Oh yeah, they should still be indented because they're inside the class. And public is car data. Car data. Wait, what's it called? Car game proc. The packs are €1 each. €1! Holy crap! Cat, wow, I didn't know you were so small. Yeah, apparently she is. She is. I mean, she has to be fit, right? For her sportiness. Alright, so that's gonna go there. Just trying to make some consistency in my alignment. And then, instead of just showing the fact that there was an update in the console, how about we use the damn data to make the uke bounce, right? Why not? I will go back to sportiness next Tuesday. Oh, is your knee doing okay? Can I make the uke bounce? Yeah. Yes, it is. Nice! Oh yeah, you've been, what's the game called again? Not Trackmania. Beat Sabering a bunch, haven't you? Which obviously does move you around a bit, so... Uke bounce? The mirrored ones. Why does the spiral uke to the left look kind of cuter than the one to the right to me? I guess it's because I've become used to the one to the right. I've become jaded. You go to the physio twice a week. Oh wow! Well, hope it's going alright then. I mean, if they're saying you can, I assume it is going alright. Okay, let's do this. We're gonna need some... Okay, hold on. Let's read about this. Forza uses a plus y equals down. So let me just have a look at how this does it. Plus y is up. Okay, interesting. Plus y is up. And this is plus y is down. He gets to twist your foot. That is making me feel a little bit of pain. Unity, please respond. Okay, but twisting your foot to see how your knee reacts is hurting me a bit. Because I know that you've, have twisted your knee already. Okay, I'm just imagining nasty things. Okay, so Y is down. While the picture roll assumes Z equals up. So also invert Z-axis. So we're swapping Z and Y. But X is still left. Well, X plus X is left. I'm very, very tempted to implement basically everything the same as it is in Forza and just see how I, see how it responds in Trackmania, because it's probably going to be the case that I'm going to bounce in the wrong direction. Plus x equals left is not something I remember from Forza. I assume plus x was right in Forza. So all being the same, it should probably still work, but just be mirrored horizontally. In that case, I can just alter Trackmania's code. I like the way you write comments in code. I tried to learn how you do it. Your code is pleasant to read. Ah, thank you. I have a lot of, well, not a lot of people, a bunch of people comment on, ironically, on my comments. Especially these ones that are on the right-hand side, that they think is weird. I mean, normally I try to get them all aligned equally, at least, but not, apparently I'm not doing that right now. Yeah, usually I try and do it on the right-hand side. If I dive into, like, my main one, which is called download test, because of course it is, what else would you call your main class? There's like a... There's probably a better example of consistent commenting on the alignment on the right-hand side. But yeah. Speaking of splitting things out into separate, separate things, I should probably do that at some point. Also, occasionally there's something that's really, really complicated to me and I just have to, spell it all out in like a paragraph to basically explain what the hell the following mess is about to do to prepare you for it and stuff. But yeah, usually it's just sort of along by the side. Don't look at these comments. These are kind of copy and pasted. But yeah. Okay. What was I trying to do? Oh yeah, let's just get Trackmania to the Trackmania processor to pass stuff to the game thing as it is. Oh, you know what? Let's actually make it log the velocity first, so I can try to work out what the unit of velocity is in Trackmania's telemetry. I'm assuming it's meters per second, but I don't know. So let's find out. Let's say tmproc velocity is going to be... Can you just toString a vector3? I wonder. Tell recent dot objects dot rotation. Oh, wait. Oh shit, it's a quaternion. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Wait, rotation's not what I wanted. I didn't want rotation. Sorry. Position is what I wanted. Translation. Oof. Rise is averted. Holy crap. And this should be a vector3, right? Translation is a vec3. Wait. So, dot. So wait a minute. Vec3 is this thing that I've just defined up here. X and Y and Z. But it's still offering a toString. Would that just print... Oh my god, my hand. Stop! My hand! Would that just print out X, Y, and Z? Or would it just print out vec3 or something really useless? Also, wait. Can't I just use the native vec3? Can I just use a native vector3 from Unity here? Let me try something. Let me just print out the length of this struct, and then I'll change this fake vec3 thing that I'm defining at the top to be Unity's native vector3, and see if the size remains the same. Or if I'm accidentally now, completely making everything be misaligned for what would actually be received from the game. tmproc stelemetry size is plus stelemetry. I need it length, right? Len. No, not lens flare. Dot s. Oh, come on. Dot Size of. That's telemetry. Didn't realize size of was implemented in C#. Should probably have tried it first. Oh, might as well. Oh no, wait. Gotta go to work now. See you later, Yuki. Bye, cat. Good luck with your drawing. I assume it's your drawing. Bye. Have fun. I look forward to seeing more cat art at some point. More kart. Super Mario Kart! And it's spelled with a K, right? Now I know that it's actually Super Mario Cat Art. Wait, I could literally just do size of vec3. Or S vec3, sorry. S vec3 size and comma vector 3 size plus size of vector 3. Alright, any luck and they will be the same. Because I was worried for a moment that when you're looking at the struct, there are some things at the beginning before float X, Y, and Z, but apparently, according to someone who I think knows what they're talking about, these are not present at the beginning of every single float. They're like made static or something outside here. There's some weird black magic. I don't understand it. I'm so not used to a struct containing what you've written inside the struct. It's just, yeah. Anyway, let's just see if they should be the same size as each other. So this one should be 12, because there are 4 bytes for a float, and there are 3 floats, X, Y, and Z. And then this one here should be the same. They're laid out the same way, in that order. So it should, hopefully, if they're the same length, hopefully, I should just be able to replace this with this. Inside here, like here for example. And then I can do just a simple printout with 2 string. But yeah, let's have a look. Let's run it and see what sizes it says they are. They should both be 12. In actual fact, let's find out what they are.
Dot.
Hey, look at that! Is vec3 size? 12. Vector 3 size? 12. Hell yes. So I'm gonna have the audacity to replace this entirely. Goodbye. And rip this neat alignment as well. If I really wanted, I could still do that. But that's going a bit far. Alright, let's replace vec3 with vector 3. VOR3. Boop, boop. Wait, why isn't it replacing them? How do you make it replace? Oh, okay. Apparently press enter in the bottom text box and it replaces them. If you press enter in the top text box, it just finds the next one. I mean... sure, I guess. Okay, so now I should be able to look at this. Dot. Huh? Type on namespace S vector 3. Wait, shit. Did I mess up? I did mess up. Let me, try that again. I want to replace vec 3. Ah, that's right. I want to replace S vector 3, that's why. What? Okay. Okay. It's happy now. So I should be able to do .toString. Well, I mean, I shouldn't even need to put toString. Shouldn't it just default to toString? Okay, let's see what the hell velocity is. If we run this, and on the game as well.
Dot.
I just accidentally stopped it. I thought I misclicked the first time. Because it doesn't like make it look like the button goes down, sometimes I think that I've misclicked. So I press it again. And then, you know. Trackmania is remembering its tiny size. I think I cleared the console after it said something about it finding... It opening the data, the thing. I hope it's actually managed to open it, that I haven't broken that. We'll find out in a moment. Hey, there we are. Okay, velocity. And nice, it is showing us X, Y, and Z separately. Alright, let's see how it moves, I guess. Oh wait, that's not velocity, is it? That's the current position. Yeah, because I'm doing translation, not that. Does that look like it's moving a meter? Move the card, How do you move the mouse around? I forget. There is a way to, like, do mouse motion, isn't there? So I'm looking at this number here. Do you reckon this distance from here to here is 1 meter? Looks like a... maybe it is. It's kind of small for a meter to me, but I don't see why it would be anything other than meters. Okay, let me just change this code to actually show velocity now. Since the units of position does seem to be meters. Let's look at velocity. Also, we can see if it does any weird, crazy jumps, you know? When I get teleported. I assume when I get teleported would be something like when I press delete to respawn, or backspace to jump back to a previous... Ooh, interesting, it's showing some numbers already, but I guess that's because I'm paused. Okay, let's restart. Okay, nice. Now, did that show a crazy number when it suddenly jumped back to 0? Hopefully not. No, it did not. Nice. Because this game does provide a count of the number of discontinuities. In other words, when you are suddenly teleported, a number increments by 1. Which can be useful if you're like calculating stuff based on position. You don't assume that the car has just suddenly moved at like 1,000 meters per second or something. Or more. Alright, let's see what this looks like. Wait, it's not scrolling. Why is it not scrolling? Hello? Why is it... wait. It scrolls... until I press a key. And then it... Okay, now it's scrolling. Okay, does this look like meters per second to you? Feels kind of slow, doesn't it? Well, it's probably meters per second. It's certainly not meters per frame, which is what I was worrying about. Or meters per minute or something crazy. So most likely it's meters per second. Let's just assume it's meters per second at this point. Amazing. One sec, let me... I have the Trackmania addiction. Let me just try to do one run of this. At a very small size on my screen right now. Okay, whatever. I tried. Okay, so we'll assume meters per second. Man, that title of Trackmania changed to something very interesting there. Did you see? It said something about core. Like C-O-R-E. Okay, so velocity is that. And... if we want to work out... so that's in meters per second. So acceleration is simply going to be the difference in velocity since the last time divided by how much time has passed in seconds, right? Because acceleration is meters per second. In other words, it's just the velocity change per second. So if 1 second were to have passed between checking to the velocity twice, then the acceleration would be exactly whatever it is, whatever the velocity is now, minus whatever it was before, right? Because literally 1 second has passed and it's changed by that much in 1 second. Therefore, the acceleration is that minus that per second. By definition, right? So if less than a second has passed, then you want to sort of divide it by how much time actually has passed. So that if somehow 2 seconds had passed, and you end up with a value bigger than it should be, you divide it by 2 to get a value as small as it should be. But if only a 60th of a second has passed, like 1 frame, then you divide it by a 60th, which is the same as multiplying it by 60. That is to say, after 60 frames, it would have moved by this much. Increased by this much. Yeah, that should work. I'm working it through in my head. Math. Yep, there's a little bit. A little bit. Okay, that's all of the public stuff, and then there's private stuff. I should probably... For reading Trackmania's telemetry. Boop. And then also I want a private thing, which is the previous velocity. Makes me realize that when a new game starts, or a new map starts or something, we're going to want to know that the car has, that this is a new section. Otherwise we'll be comparing the current velocity to the previous velocity, and it's going to be a sudden jump. Because there's actually a note in this page here that says that stuff is not zeroed at the end of a race. Prior telemetry data records are not cleared after a race ends, so it's going to be holding on to the same velocity until a new one begins. Then it's suddenly going to be set to 0, which is going to look as if I've smashed into a tree or something and just come to a screeching halt. If we just take that verbatim. So I wonder if this little count of discontinuities is going to go up to 1 as soon as the game begins. But then, wait, is that ever... If it's always 1, and we end the map and start a rank, then it's always going to be 1, right? And we'll never know that it changed. Maybe this gets reset to 0 when the race ends? I think what we need to do is look at what the hell this number does. Let's spy on this number for a while. Let's just cast our gaze on this variable. Scrutinize it. As telemetry dot... What's it on? Object. Oh, hold on. Discontinuity count. Mathematik Hans get die Flammenwerfer. Werfer. Nice. Imagine owning 35 mini pride flags, but only 34 mini flag poles. Wait, they gave you... Wow. They shouldn't be proud of that. Also, thank you for the hydration. Let me start this up again. I shouldn't have exited Trackmania. I should just keep it running in the background. I'm going to be needing to test a bunch of things. But thank you for the hydration, Steven. Wait, hang on a sec. What is it complaining about? Duplicate private modifier? Hold on. There we go. I actually did have a drinking problem for a second then. What is this duplicate private modifier? Oh, whoops. The joys of not finishing a line of code. Wait, how's it paused? I'm confused. Oh my god, okay, stop running for a second, stop. Now, make sure you update. Do you update? Okay, now run.
Dot.
Let me clear this. Switch over to Trackmania. We start playing. What? Oh right, it's not velocity anymore, is it? It's discontinuities. Wait, that doesn't sound quite right. Ooh, did you see that? Did it just pop up by 1? Did it just increment by 1 at the end? No, it didn't. God damn it, I thought I saw this go to 6. Alright, hold on a second. We need to stop spamming so much. Why is it saying velocity 2? Oh, velocity. Oh, right. Discontinuities. Let's do that. There we go. Flipping confusing myself here.
Dot.
Alright, 2. So I'm gonna drive along. I'm gonna press delete. Nice, and it went up to 3. Okay, this is doing what I hoped it would. And if I just go far enough to cross a checkpoint. Are there any checkpoints in here before the end? There's one. So if I back up to that checkpoint again. There you go. Nice. Alright, perfect. Wait, why did it go back down to discontinuities 4? Wait a second. Wait a second. Well, it doesn't really matter, does it? We're just seeing if the number changes. Also, thank you for the posture check, Exia. Just making sure that it never actually stays the same. So it's 6 right now. I go through here, and I respawn there. Oh, I pressed the wrong button, apparently. 7, and now delete. Oh no, it remains 7 when we respawned. Is that a bug? I reckon it's a bug. Okay, whatever, you can usually rely on that, but it might do something crazy when I respawn occasionally. Also, there you go. Slight monster sounds. Posture has been checked. Alright. So let me just exit this now. Discontinuities is still 7. Now we start a new map. Well, it's the same map, but whatever. Does it change? Ah, it doesn't change. Hi, old player! How are you doing? Okay, this is kind of annoying. That means that if I want to not be caught off guard by crazy huge spikes in velocity, or crazy huge differences in velocity, then I need to actually track when the new race is starting and stuff. Alright, how can we tell when a new race starts? Is there a note about that? Ah, look at that. A new race starts when the race state changes from before state to running. The race ends when the race state changes from running to finished or before state. I mean, that makes sense. Alright. Alright. In order to distinguish between finish and restart, it's necessary to check whether the checkpoint count has increased. Whatever, I don't really care about that. Is this a guaranteed way of doing it though? What if there are just no check... Or does the finish line count as a checkpoint maybe, I guess? I really like this music. What is it? I shouldn't have looked because I don't know how to pronounce it. I'm gonna guess Sehnsucht, but I do not know. Okay. What I'm going to do is just check the what's it called? Race state. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's just do it. Just do it. Alright, I'm gonna call this Prev Race State. State, not start. Wait, why are these not aligned anymore? Help! Oh no. This isn't good for my OCD. What? Why are they all off by one? Why are they all off by one? Why would you do that? Oh, is it because when I was adding the public? PUBLIC space. That was 7 characters. I see. Hi, Louie. Hi, hi. Boop. Fixed. Just kidding. This is broken, all of these. But yeah, I'm gonna keep a track of what the previous state was. If it changes, you know, in the direction that we're interested in, to tell that a race is now starting, I'm gonna manually reset our memory of what the velocity was on the previous frame to 0. That's gonna match what the velocity starts as in the new race. And clean code. I'm trying this. I'm maybe a little bit obsessing, but hey, that is what the O in OCD stands for, almost. Oh my god, I can't. There we go. I accidentally alt-tabbed just then. Alright. I think that's alright. So this is going to be an E race state, so it's going to be an enum actually. That. But yeah, hi Louie, hope you're doing alright. The type or namespace E race state going to be found. I mean, it's an enum. It's public. Oh, I've got to say that it's telemetry dot that, haven't I? Yeah, there you go. Just a perfect number of characters to make none of this align. Never mind. I'll line it up with the other things. For calculating acceleration. Let's see. Because we do need to know that, because that's going to reset the acceleration when that changes. We also need to know the previous velocity, which is a vector 3. Nope, a vector 3. Prev velocity. And we also need to know nothing? I think we need to know nothing else. So this is going to begin in the state of race state dot before state. Wait, make field 3 only. What? Oh, because I'm not changing it yet, I guess. Ignore this one, that's not mine. Okay, so let's compare the current race state to the previous one. So, well, actually, really all we care about is if... Oh no, we do actually care about the current race state. We shouldn't be doing any of this stuff if we're not in a race, right? I wonder when the race starts. Does it start the moment that the race track appears and like you're getting a preview of the track? Or does it start, you know, when the timer goes bum 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 bum? One way to find out. Let's look at race state. telnet dot race dot state. That's the one. Erase state. Alright, let's see what it does. It's so nice just being able to test. Wait, that's been running the whole time. Oops. Boop.
Dot.
Don't you love it when the console just doesn't scroll? Okay, so it's currently running. Let's exit. Don't you love it when the console scrolls until you tab off it and then it stops scrolling, like some annoying child that only does what they're told when you're watching them, and as soon as you turn their back. Okay, so it's finished right now. It's still finished. Now I'm choosing drive alone. I drive alone, I drive alone. Okay. Ah, nice! Okay. So running, it goes to running the second that it actually begins. The countdown finishes. And it was finished before the countdown. I'm just having lots of silly thoughts of just triggering weird sounds like a build-up sound when it goes to begin, and then poof, and firing out loads of sparks particles out of something behind me the second that it goes to race in progress, whatever it's called. Running. Okay, so most of the time we don't want to do anything unless the race is running. So if the recent... I keep on reading this as telnet at first. Tell recent dot race dot state is running. Good news, it's actually 36 flags and 35 polls. They accidentally added another flag. Ah, interesting. Maybe it's a spare one, maybe just in case you tear one. Oh no, a spare one in case you tear one. It's like check yourself before you Shrek yourself. But no, because they would be a mistake, wouldn't it? Because you bought multiple packs. Okay. So if it's running, and then what we care about is if the tell recent race... No, sorry, prev race states is equal to before. So in other words, if we've only just begun, then we want to set our previous velocity to 0. Can you do like vector 3.0? Yeah, you can. Nice. I'm not too unhappy to have so many. I actually only wanted 7. Well, you've got some spares. Okay. If the race has begun after countdown, if this is the first frame or the first update since the race has begun, reset our record of previous velocity so that the jump back to 0 velocity doesn't like make crazy acceleration. But how do I do this? Cause a jerk. Sure, whatever. Doesn't cause crazy accel. Anyway, we also want to then make a note of the previous race state. Actually, we won't do this at all times. This, no, this. We can do it right there, actually. So this is simply... Actually, we can just put this here. Reset variables for calculating acceleration if a new race is beginning now. Alright. That's that. Next can all be in that section. Next section, we want to calculate acceleration based on currents and previous. Well, just calculate acceleration. We're gonna see what it's based on right now. So let's do how did I do this? Did I make it a vector 3? I did. Accel cur. That's how we did it, right? Yeah. Is equal to the current object's velocity minus the ah! Thank you very much for the follow! Eagle edits. Or eagle dits. Tell minus the prev. Was it prev velocity? Yeah. Hi. Bye? Prev velocity multiplied by the amount of time that's passed in seconds. And the amount of time that's passed in seconds is... where is that stored? Race state, I guess? Yes. It's also in the object state, which is useful. If we were to have been, you know... If we had just made like a copy of the object, we'd have everything we need to calculate the acceleration. We've got the velocity and we've got acceleration.object.timestamp. Rapture Punk, good morning! Hello, hi. I wasn't sharing it, I wasn't sighing at you, I promise. But this timestamp is measured in 10 thousandths of a second, right? Yeah, 10 milliseconds. First stream I've got in ages, but I'm probably gonna go back to sleep for a bit soon. Ah, no worries, no worries. I should be stopping soon. I've been going for... Oh, actually, I haven't even been going for 4 hours, yeah. I had a really late start today. Oh, God. First stream you've got in ages. You'll never want to catch another stream again. I can't speak. Okay, so this is unsigned ends. Okay, we now have the unholy uke. Alright, so we need to convert this into seconds. So what I want to do is... I guess... Ah! Thank you for the pants! Wait, where's the music? Man, this music's quiet. That's nice though. Had the holy spook. Thank you for the pets. So I want to convert this into a float to begin with, so that I can then multiply it by 10 thousandths of a second. What I can just do is that, right? Oh yeah, right, you can't convert it that way. Did that work? I hope that would work. Reorder operands for better performance. Ooh, that sounds interesting. This sounds like a thing that the compiler should be doing, but okay. This. Alright, so this would be 100 milliseconds, this would be 10 milliseconds, this would be 1 millisecond. So 1 over 10 milliseconds is going to be... Wait. No, that's correct. This is the same as dividing by this. Alright, what is this reorder operands for better performance? What is it suggesting that I do? Introduce a constant for 0.01f. I could do that as well. That might not be a bad idea, actually. I could call it timestamp unit. Then you can just divide or multiply by this to scale it up to 1 second. But what is it suggesting I do? Wait, why does putting the constant first make a better performance? What? Why would putting the C sharp? Are you feeling alright? Okay, I'm actually gonna make this a constant. Let's put this, might as well put it in here. Let's call it a private const float. And it's going to be what are they called? Timestamps? Timestamps. Let's call it timestamp to sec mult. As in it's a multiplier for converting timestamps to seconds. Which is gonna be that. Okay, so we start to get messy stuff that's not neatly aligned. I mean it's different here as well, but I don't really have space for the comments if I'm... Maybe I do. Nah, I do. I totally do. There we go. Now my OCD can be happy. Alright, so I can just multiply it by, not that, but this. Wait. Yes. Wait, again, reorder operand. So it's not even the fact that I hadn't made it its own const. It really does want the constants at the beginning. Wait, what do you mean introduce constant for timestamp to S6? Huh? What is this if this isn't a constant? What? Okay, what does it do if I tell it to do that? Wait, it's not offering to do that anymore. Okay, whatever, reorder it. Wait. So, okay, now it's even less clear. It's not that the constant has to be first. It's that conversion to float needs to be done first? Why is that? Because this is a float. This here. Oh! Right. Is it because I'm multiplying by... Not... Hi, Stu, by the way. Noticing some interesting things about C# right now. Maybe it's because... Maybe it's specific to the fact that I'm making it a vector 3. There's something interesting here, Stewie. Look at this. So this is a... I've got a vector 3. I'm doing a vector 3 minus a vector 3. And then I'm multiplying it by a float here. And it says that a more efficient way to do this is if you reorder the operands, which really feels like it should just be a thing that the compiler does. Because, you know, like, logically it's the same, right? Like, mathematically. Hang on, there's music flipping out. And it says that the more efficient way to do it is to do the float parts first, and then multiply by the vector 3. By the way, it also messes up the... Wait, it's already messed up to begin with, never mind. I mean, I'll obey it, but it's just interesting to me that that's not something that the compiler can do. And thank you for the hydration, Neil. Wait, no, I shouldn't do that, sorry. Shouldn't breathe in before drinking. Although, it would be better to choke with air in your lungs, so you can push the obstruction out. Okay, I feel like this is going to be calculating the acceleration, so we might as well... Okay, so we've got acceleration at this point. And the gravity, we should be able to calculate from the pitch and the roll. I'll be interested to know if the pitch and roll are like negated on Trackmania compared to on Forza. But yeah, we might as well just do that as well. Calculate XYZ based on the car's orientation. Gonna copy and paste that comment, which is gross of me, but I'm doing it anyway. Vector 3. What would I call it? Gravka? That is becoming the car thing's helper function. What was it called? Gravity. Oh, the instance of it. Oh, car game prog. Wait, I could make that actually a static function, couldn't I? Let's make it static. There's no reason why you need a specific instance for this. Could totally make that static. And then when I'm calling it from... Wait. That's the wrong one, sorry. I meant to be changing this. And then when I call this, from here, I do this instead. Car game proc, that this cannot be accessed with an instance. Reference. Wait, what? That's not an instance. Qualify it with a type name instead. Wait, what? Oh, I changed the wrong damn thing. Okay, what I'm noticing is that my brain is starting to become a little bit shit. And it might be a good opportunity for me to stop right now. Because I'm starting to make a bunch of silly mistakes in a row. Even though I really want to see this working. I don't feel that tired right now. Thank you for the pats. Okay, we're going to pass in the pitch and pass in the roll. Okay, so the pitch and the roll is stored in not this one, but thank you for the pets. Yeah. Oh no! Oh no! We do need it! Oh no, we do need it in the Euler angles. No! We do need to look at the rotation, don't we? Wait. Wait. Do we? Or is the object just a rotation in world space? Maybe we actually need to look at the vehicle state. Wait. Okay, I'm just gonna use this. I really... Okay, hold on. Hold on a second. What are we using in the Forza one? We're using 60 and 64. I need to go to bed now. It's 3 AM for me. It's sad that I can't watch your live stream longer. I'll watch the archive after I got up. Because I'm curious about the result. Okay, no worries, no worries. Mint! Wait, what? Why is the raid notification not coming through? What? Wait, have I broken something? Hi, Mint! Thank you very much for the raid, but why on earth is my thing not giving a raid notification? What has happened? Hi, Mint! Thank you very much for the raid. Why on earth is my thing not going... No, whatever the music was for raid, I forget. Might be Twitch delay? I don't know. I mean, it's come through on OBS. But my own overlay is doing nothing. What happens if I throw cheese at myself? Wait, so it still has a connection to Twitch. But hi, how is the stream? Wow, I've never had it miss a raid before. That's worrying. But thank you very much, Mint, and welcome everyone. Sorry, we're right in the middle of a particularly weirdly mathematical bit of code as well. So I'm sorry. Possibly not the most interesting thing to wander into. But let me just quickly shout you out, which is the least I can do since the raid failed. I mean, your raid didn't fail. My notification did. Thank you very much for the follow. Sweet as sin. Mint. EXCE. Please let this work. Please let this work. No. What is this? What is this? Why is my thing failing? No! Okay, this has never happened before. Okay, I mean, it's failed before, but it's... Okay, give me a sec. I'm making a backup of the log file, because I'm going to need to look at the log file to see what the hell has gone wrong. I'm just going to have to end myself for one moment. Boop. Now I'm going to reappear. Eventually. Eventually.
Dot.
Here I am. Okay, let's try it again. Let's try it again. There we go. Ta-da! There you go. That is mint. What were you up to? Arting, of course. Wait, was it actually art? Or was it... Well, I mean... Okay, 3D modeling is art. Was it modeling, I guess? I love your stream title. There we go. That's the mint who I should have patted. Ah!
Casseri.
Looks like when I misclick something in Unity and fall in pain. Wait, what? But yeah, hi, welcome! But were you still working on one of your commissions? Also, welcome Nanabosho! And... Aki... oh my god, I do not know how to pronounce this. Thank you for the claps. Aki was down. I have no idea how to pronounce it. I'm so sorry. But yeah, welcome. I think I have a huge delay. Possibly. Wait a sec. I need to move up. Yeah, you've joined me while I'm working on my Unity, like my streaming setup, which is a Unity project. Look, that's me. That's the backside of me. I mean, you know, in a Twitch safe way. Not, you know, the kind that gets you banned. And this background over there is this background. And I'm currently working on being able to, okay, so I play Trackmania a bunch, which is this game. Whee! Which is really, really tiny on the screen right now. It's like a kind of like a speedrunning, racy kind of game. Let me just demonstrate how to do this lap in 21 minutes. Okay, apparently I've been racing this lap for 22 minutes because it's just been sitting in the background. Normally, I don't take 22 minutes to complete a lap. But yeah, what I'm trying to do is make it so that as I drive in the game, the movement of the car is going to affect my avatar. I've already done this for Forza Horizon 4, which is another car game, basically. Because it presents to you, well, so-called telemetry. Basically, you can find out all kinds of information, such as the engine RPM, the suspension, travel, blah blah, all these things that I don't really understand. All I really cared about was the acceleration on X, Y, and Z, and something else I can't remember. But you can find out all of this information. The lap number, even whether you're currently using the brake or accelerating, how much fuel you have. Wait, I didn't know that you could run out of fuel in Forza. What the hell? Maybe that's not what it means. The bell on my neck makes noise. It does. It's a recording of a real life bell that I'm currently not wearing in real life. But don't tell anyone. Shh. Wait. Where's my finger? My finger. Shh. There it is. Don't worry. I too have leap motion tracking pains. It is a real bell, but it's just not making sound in real life right now. But yeah, it's based on the acceleration of the bell. You need to figure out how to do that in VR chat using contacts. So do I, actually. That is definitely a thing that's possible, or at least, you know, something like that is possible in VR chat. I've seen people do it. Or actually, specifically, just one person do it. Maybe I could stream that at some time. Well, where I'm making the contacts on my VR chat avatar do that. Already got weapon systems working now. Oh wow, okay, nice. Then you're probably more advanced than I am. Yeah. So the way that I can like, I move around. Maybe I should. You know what? Maybe I should just actually show off. Let me exit that right now. Maybe I should just actually show you Forza Horizon 4 running. Wait, did I uninstall it already? Might have uninstalled it. I can't remember. Careful with my neck. I'll try. I'll try. Thank you. Let's have a look. Is Forza Horizon 4 installed? Because if it is not, I'm not going to show you right now because that game is fucking huge and I cannot download it without ruining my stream. Plus, I don't have enough hard drive space, probably. I need to learn randomizers in Unity because I feel that'll be better than using many contacts to mimic bells. Ah, okay. So how I do it is I have a very long recording of me shaking a bell in front of the microphone. Like a couple of minutes. And it's always playing. But if the volume should go too low, I think I made it pause just because, you know. Wait, did I do that? I can't remember. But anyway, the basic thing is that it just changes the volume of this thing that's constantly playing. Unless it goes too quiet, then it mutes it. Do you do a slowdown to 0.001? Yes, I do. There's sort of like a gradual decay. So there's like a very strong attack, like it goes up to volume quickly. My hand just stopped tracking right at the worst possible time. Why does it like to stop tracking it since I touched my bell? Oh my god. But, and then it decays more slowly down afterwards. Yeah, I reckon you can. I reckon that is actually possible in VR chat. But, yeah. Let me just show you, I've not actually played Forza Horizon 4 since, adding the bell. So it might be a little bit obnoxious as I bounce around in the car, but let's find out. After this, I'm going to look into why my raid notification didn't work, and, well, no notification. It is currently loading. It's on the wrong monitor though, so you can't see it right now. Okay, here we are. I can move on to this one now. Oh my god, I forgot you have to sit through this. I must have it. Hell yeah, why is it muted? Oh my god, my CPU usage! My CPU usage! Ah! What the fuck? Oh, okay, it's gone down now. Why the hell was my CPU usage all cores pegged at 100% during the opening cutscene? What the actual hell? Okay, let's just continue, I guess? Question mark? Why is there no sound though? It's not muted. I mean, not that we really need sound. Wait, why does it have to re-optimize? Oh, because I have a new graphics card now, I guess. I'll make the bell system into a prefab if I figure it out. Oh, that'd be cool. Wait, is that not already a prefab for it? Well, okay, I guess we'll come back to this later because it's gonna take a little while. In the meantime, let me look in the log file I just made. Oh dear god. We might want to make this font a bit smaller. It's just large to make it easily readable on stream. And see where the hell something went wrong. Oh my god, what is happening here? Wow, we actually did have a crash. Length cannot be less than 0. Ah! Wait, so it lost connection to Twitch? And then it encountered an error when it was trying to reconnect? What the hell? This looks a mess. Let me just... Connect IRC input, prog raw string... Okay, so for some reason... when it was trying to reconnect... Well, after it reconnected, I guess, it received a message that was shorter than it ever expected. Okay, this is interesting. Alright, this requires... Okay, right, we're in. This requires some actual investigating later on. I love that stare he made. Okay, let's see if this works now. Hopefully. Oh yeah, right, I was in the Lego section. I forgot about that. Is it working? Yes, it works! Why is there no sound though? Hold on a sec. Do I have it turned down? I do not have it turned down. What the what? Why is there no sound? It's literally not even... It's showing up on the volume control even if it's not muted. And none of the volumes are 0. What is up with this? Okay, who cares at this point? As I steer, it's making me tilt like that. And if I were to crash into something, like a car that I just accidentally dodged, let's crash into this one. Okay, nice. It looks a little bit weird when you can see my arms, though, I'm gonna be honest. It looks better if it's like this, because all it's doing is rotating me. But yeah, it's like, so my avatar is like tilting all the way around, and my hair as well. If I were to flip my car, which I might be able to do on this ramp, then my hair will like float. If I were to... Never mind. Didn't quite work. I didn't realize the ramp was going to give me a speed boost. What is happening? I'm just spinning around for no reason. It'd probably be easier to drive if I could hear my engine. Oh, because I'm on mud, I guess. Yeah, this isn't Trackmania. This car handles like crap. It just wants to go sideways. Yeah, I'm not sure how I can flip myself right now. Oh my god. I need to get out of this Lego area if I want to flip myself, I think. If I smash into a wall, for example. There you go. Thank you. But this is just Forza Horizon 4. This was already done. Like, I already had this working. I swear to god, this car is just... like driving on ice. But yeah, if I were to have the car stay upside down on the floor, then you would... my hair would just like go upwards as well. That was the thing that took quite some effort. I don't see an easy ramp or something that can flip my car. I mean, there's this, but it's like makes me go faster. I don't want to go fast. Oh, hold on. Whoa, what the fuck just happened? I just shot myself backwards off a ramp. How? What just happened? Let's try this one more time. Oh my god, this fucking car. Who'd have thought that Lego cars handle poorly? Like, normally they drive so well in real life. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna get this, I swear to god. This would be so much easier if I could hear what the engine was doing as well. Oh my god, just turn, you sluggish, slippery, slimy car. Oh my god, this car is just doing everything it possibly can to not be on its back. Yeah, I guess the Lego cars don't... yeah, whatever. It's trying to not let itself be on its side. Oh, hey, here you go. I'm like... oh my god, my voice. I'm like tilted sideways slightly. It's a little hard to notice, but I'm like tilted that way slightly because it's on the side. Great stability. I know, right? It just puts itself right back on its wheels. I'm gonna smash into a tree. I missed the tree. I'm gonna back up into this, and that should make me like go like backwards, right? Forgot about the driver. Oh, my hands! What the hell? Our timing was almost on. Wow, look at that. Anyway, that's basically it. You can see how the hair goes off sideways as I do this as well. Just imagine it like floating upwards a little bit. I'm honestly not trying to do donuts right now. It's just like managing to spin by itself. Anyway, I'm gonna try to stop racing. There we are. I think that's a safe position. Wait, do I restore to a normal position when I leave? Let me try something. Oh yeah, it resets when I press escape. Okay. So I'm trying to do something like that, but for, You want that car? Oh, because it goes back on its wheels? Yeah, I'm trying to do that now, but for Trackmania, basically. So I'm getting all the data from Trackmania already. I'm just now trying to... And I've changed, like, the code that originally was just for handling Forza Horizon stuff. I've made it... I've, like, separated it out into the parts that are specific to Forza and the parts that are for, like, any game. Any car game. It's been putting a note for me to check the issue with no raid notification after stream. Yeah, so I separated them into the Forza and the non-Forza parts, and now the Trackmania and Forza can just use this general purpose car thing now. Car game proc, it's called. So now the final step is to try to work out how the car is tilting in Trackmania. I've got the acceleration data out of it already. I think. I actually haven't tested that. I should probably test it. You know what? Let's just test that first. Because that's all I originally did with Forza Horizon first. It was later on that I added the ability for it to make my hair float and stuff as the car tilts. Oh my god, my bell is so obnoxious sometimes. Sorry. Close that. I've got too much stuff open right now. Okay, so we'll worry about all this crap afterwards. We'll just... I can't even type apparently. We'll worry about this line afterwards. We've got the acceleration already, that should work. And next we're gonna work out this gravity that's experienced based on the car's orientation. Some other time, not right now. Not right now. Okay, let's just see if this works, I guess. Let's just pass this into process car data and see if it works. We'll just pass in the acceleration. Wait. There we go. That should just work. However, it's completely untested, so if my calculation of acceleration is wrong, or it's like things are flipped on, or like on the wrong axis, weird, funny things might happen. So let's give it a go. Sounds like it could be fun. Let's press play and fire up Trackmania for like the 5th, 6th time today. I don't even know. I've lost count. Boop. Oh, I kind of don't want it to be covering me up too much, huh? Let's move this out. Oh god. Oh god. There it is. I'm also only going to be T-posing over there. Sorry. I hope no one's too intimidated. Oh god. Where's it gone? There it is. No, it's not. That's Ubisoft. Go away. Okay. Is there a way I can put this so it's not blocking too much? I guess I don't need to be so big. Yeah, that'll do. Alright, let's see what happens. Oh, hang on, we already have a we already have a crash. Oh, whoops. I need to actually give you the car processing thing. Probably need to do the same. Yeah, I need to do it for both of them. And it should only be doing this if we are currently in a race. So this should actually be up there. Okay, so we actually shouldn't even have crashed at that point, because we shouldn't have even been trying to make the avatar tilt. But accidentally we were, so I guess you could say in a way we saved some time by crashing earlier rather than later. But okay, let's try again. Oh, where's Trackmania? God damn it, there it is. Alright, go. Track 1. Let's go. Alright, no crash yet, but that's because it hasn't begun the race. Something might have happened. Where am I? All I hear is my bell. Help! I'm having issues. Help! Yeah, something might not be working quite right. Just, I can't even see myself. Like, I'm moving towards myself, but I can't. Okay, whatever. Let's just stop this. Oh my god. Sounds like a fire alarm's going off for that bell as well. The bell has been haunted? Well, apparently I'm doing like somersaults or something. It basically does sound like that. Yeah, funk stop. Alright. Interesting. I know what the problem is. Okay, so what I'm trying to do is see how much time passed from one update to the next update, right? That way we can like calculate the speed over time. But what I'm actually doing is I was trying to get like this is meant to just be the difference in time between now and the last frame, but it's not. It's the actual time. Like, you know, 3 seconds into the race, 4 seconds into the race, 5 seconds into the race. So what it's calculating is like the tiniest little bit of velocity. There shouldn't have been any because I'm not moving. That might be another problem. But anyway, never mind. I can see a whole bunch of errors. Let me just fix some things. We weren't remembering this to the next frame for a start. This should be the difference between the time on this frame and the last frame. So we need... Let's make it a float. Time stamp. No. Timestamp. Or prev timestamp, let's call it. Which starts at 0. That's... alright, so let's do that. So what I can do is say sex difference, sex diff sex. None of this sounds good. It's gonna be have a nice time. I'm going to have dinner. Oh my god, I should have done that like 1.5 hours ago. But alright, no worries, enjoy your dinner. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah. Okay. So the difference in seconds is going to be the current timestamp minus the previous timestamp, and then convert it into seconds. There, that should work. And then we'll use this here instead. There we go. Actually, does it matter if you put that at the beginning now or not? No. So we take the timestamp minus the previous timestamp. Okay, and the last thing we need to do is remember what the current timestamp is for next time around. My OCD is going to make me align all of this. Hope you enjoy it. I should take a small snooze, then work on the Salesforce thing a bit. I guess. Oh god, good luck, good luck! No worries though, thanks for stopping by. Okay, I'm gonna see if this works now. Oh god, okay, it's less terrible than before. It's less terrible than before. I just love the way we've got these arrows bouncing around. Oh my god, this is so obnoxiously loud. I'm trying to zoom out. There. Oh my god. 1 second, I'm just gonna... It even makes a motion blur when I pause it. Oh my god. Look at that footwork. I know. I can dance, right? I feel like this should be the thumbnail for this stream. This is why we have histories. Well, I mean, no, you shouldn't need, like, I feel like it's gonna go a bit... I feel like it's still not gonna be right even when I'm moving, right? Because hysteresis would stop it responding to small movements, but... Like, we should only have tiny... Okay, let's see what happens when I accelerate. You ready? Okay, bye! My planet needs me. Okay, I think these values might be a little bit too big. Where am I? Okay, I think these values are a little bit too big. I think maybe I need to like divide by 100 or something somewhere. This bell is so fucking loud, but what do you expect when I'm being shaken around so much? Okay, shut the... Please, stop. My ears. My ears. Jesus. Alright. Okay, amazingly, that didn't actually cause a crash then. I don't want to hear this bell again for like 100 years. I might be exaggerating slightly. Alright, so... Why is that a problem? Let's spit out some debug stuff, shall we? Because God knows we need some debugging right now. No, not debu. Rude. Debug.log. Let's show diffsex. Diffsex, as in the difference in time of the time in seconds. Is this gonna be this? Stop it. And then, what else do we want to know? I mean, I guess you could know hic. We're passing... Okay, the acceleration... That is... the difference in seconds multiplied by current velocity minus previous velocity. I feel like I'm multiplying somewhere where I should be dividing, right? I feel like I'm making a mistake like that. But the difference in seconds should be like a tiny, tiny number, and then we're multiplying this by a tiny number. Well, let's just... might as well print this as well. Axel Kerr is Axel Kerr. Alright. Let's have a look. See what's happening. Brace yourself for one more fire bell noise. Okay, that's enough. Stop, stop. That's enough. What? Diffsex is 0, Axel Kerr is 0.0, 0.0, 0.0. What? Wait. Wait a minute. Is it trying to divide by 0 at some point? Wait, no, it can't be because Axel Kerr is... What? This is a float. And that's the float. Wait, why is it causing problems with 0? I just love the way I'm just upside down right now. Oh no, I'm not even upside down, am I? I'm just lying down. My rim hasn't finished scaling up either. It's like it's in the process of growing up. It's yeah, this should be me right now. I should be taking a break, lying down. 1 sec. Yeah, this will more realistically be me with my face down afterwards. Yuke tired, Yuke lie down in the middle of the air. Okay, honestly, the debug logging has just confuse me even more. Why is it showing precisely 0? Alright, I guess let's print the timestamp then? Timestamp. Looks like you're on the right path. I don't know about that one, Chief. Timestamp 32097. Wait, why is it always 32097? 380297. Oh! Is it because I'm paused? Wait, that's even more confusing then. Why am I flapping around when it's 0? Have I broken car game proc somehow? It's only this, right? All it does is set the angle to be minus this, which is 0, 0, and this, which should be 0, times tilt strength, which is 10. Okay, whatever. And the position should be 0 minus 0 times this, which should be 0. And then we apply the acceleration to the dynamic bones. Whatever. The dynamic bones are not the problem here. The entire model jumping around is the problem. Then we accumulate stuff based on the mass. Interesting. Well, let's just see what happens when I unpause the game. See what kind of numbers we get, if they look sensible. I'm sorry for the loud noise right now. Ooh, okay, those numbers are kind of big. Ah, diff6 is also like in the thousands when it shouldn't be. God, my ears. Okay, so these numbers are like around 16, 17, 15, 18, all that numbers. All that kind of number. And okay, so 16, roughly, is the number of milliseconds you'd expect if you were running at 60 frames a second. 1000 divided by 60 is 16.67. So firstly, we are actually wrongly converting the stuff. The timestamps. Wait, where's Unity gone? Unity? There you are. So okay. 390.898. 390.881. Wait. Where is calculator? I swear to God. So if you've got 390.916 minus 390.898, that's 18 milliseconds. That's 18 milliseconds. Shooting game. I know it's swear to God, but I always just read it as shooting game. So interesting, the documentation for this is actually wrong. Look, it says that the resolution is 10 milliseconds, but it's actually 1 millisecond. So that's why it looked like I was going a lot faster than I should have been, because I was expecting these to be in tens of milliseconds. Although actually there's still a mistake in my calculation, because if I had been wrong correctly, then this would be like 170, not 1700. Alright, nice. So in fact, this actually makes it easier for us. We do not need that at all. These are in milliseconds. Oh yeah, we do. Right, we want to divide it by 1000 effectively, right? To get it in seconds. Wait, is that right? Hold on. Whoa, whoa, whoa. My mouse just jumped from one monitor to the other. That was weird. What the hell? 1 over 0.001 it will be in the end. I'm stupid. Let's try that. Okay, this is gonna make much smaller numbers. Let's try that. But I don't think it's gonna stop me ringing like a firebell. Because it shouldn't have been ringing like a firebell when these numbers were 0. And it was. Okay, let's try. Huh? Oh? Okay, these numbers make sense if it's running at 30 frames a second, which is good. Wait, cheese not working? What? What? What the hell? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Why is my thing broken again? Why is it suddenly breaking now? This is not a thing that was ever broken before. Wait, no. Okay, so IRC is connected. This is just for the floating emotes. It's a thing that I should fix at some point. Wait, so why is it not... Did it never successfully connect to the Twitch things? Hi, Jukebox. Thank you very much for telling me. I didn't know. Successfully verified listening to topic channel points. Then why the hell is it... Oh my god. Okay, 1 second. I'm gonna restart myself again. I'm really sorry for all this stuff that's not working right now. I'm gonna throw 3 pieces of cheese on myself to make up for the 3 that Exia threw. If it works, right? Let me just give you a close-up. Ah!
Cheese.
Cheese.
There we go.
Cheese.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. There you go. Exia, I hope you can accept it. My apology.
Yes.
Okay, there's actually a problem with this because the my Twitch activity feed in OBS is also broken. Look, it's only showing things from 37 minutes ago. I think Twitch might be having issues right now. Okay, alright. Maybe that last one wasn't my fault. The fact that it lost connection and didn't realize because OBS is doing the same thing. But, the earlier crash or mistake where it wasn't showing raids. Yeah, that's not right. Interesting. Okay, so the acceleration is currently calculated to be 0. Interesting. Wait. Twitch has been having hiccups lately. They've made changes to it, I guess. Yeah, I think they have. They were saying something about, well, Erend, who was in here earlier, on his stream last night, he said something about, they're removing support for slash commands on robots or something? On bots? I don't remember. Like, I didn't even know this was a thing. I always just, for my commands, I just do exclamation mark stuff. I didn't even know you could have bots respond to slash commands. I thought they were like native for Twitch. You know, like /raid to raid someone. I didn't know you could have bots to do that. Okay, timestamp, blah 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 blah. Also, it should be this divided by this. I was trying to avoid division before, but let's just see if this works. Where is Unity? Where is Unity? Keeps on hiding in the background. Boop. Alright, prepare for potential fireball. Oh. Okay, that is a lot more acceleration than it should be calculating. Look at that. 0.3 minus 0.3 minus 0.4. Yeah, this is a lot more... There's a lot more acceleration than it should be. But hey, it's actually going in the correct direction. When I accelerate, I go backwards. And when I decelerate, I go forwards. What about when I steer left? When I steer right... Okay, honestly, it's a little hard to tell what the hell is going on here. Oh god. Oh, this bell is so annoying. I had to go, my people needed me. Oh god, I'm gonna get banned on Twitch, no! Alright, so for some reason, those values are crazily high. Let's have a look. Why is that? It's almost like the values we're getting are... Oh, are they correct? They can't be correct. Oh, wait. Is it because of this? Is it because we expect to see it in G's? And what we're actually calculating is... values that would be... where 1... So we're expecting to see values in G's, that is 1 by default. But what we're calculating is the equivalent of like meters per second squared, right? I mean, we are calculating meters per second squared, that's literally what we're calculating. So we should be dividing it by this, maybe. Maybe we're getting values 10 times what we should be getting. But I'm gonna be honest, those values looked bigger than 10 times what they should be. Like, I shouldn't have been wiggling like this when I wasn't moving. I guess we can divide by that first? Question mark? Sure. I'm gonna be doing this in both Forza proc and Trackmania proc, so maybe this is the shing shiny that I should have in car game proc instead. For now, I'll just put it in here. Right under here. And we'll multiply, as the comment says, by that. So convert it to G's. Oh, G's, Scoob. Okay, so it's this. Multiplied by that. And yeah, we'll just see what happens, I guess. Clear the console of all the crap, which is about to have a load more crap put straight back into it. Okay. Alright, I'm slightly vibrating, but that's alright. Wait, it's backwards now. Okay, this looks way better, except it's backwards. Was this thing negated by any chance? No. Okay, I don't know why it looked correct before then. Alright, so it turns out that forwards and backwards are reversed. Well, let's just have a look at how left and right are as well, I guess. Prev velocity is bigger? Okay, wait. Have I done this silly? No. If you are... So, I want this to be like a positive number if you are now going faster than you were before. That means you're accelerating. So that would mean the bigger number minus the smaller number. But... yeah. Wait a second. Wait a second. Hold on a second. I have a horrible feeling I might know what's happening here. I have a horrible feeling I know what's happening. Now let me rotate. Oh no, it's in world space! Oh, okay, it's in world space instead of relative to the car. That's what I thought it might be. God damn it. So if I were to be facing backwards, then this would look perfect. Now when I accelerate, it's like, whoa! When I brake, it's like that. Oh, God. Okay, so we need to take the rotation of the car into account. Okay. Oh my god. What is all this? What is all this? The console is flooded with assertion failed. In dynamic bones. Why dynamic bones? What's the problem with dynamic bones? Why are you having a problem with dynamic bones? I didn't think any of the values I was sending it were, like, dangerously wrong. I thought they were just annoyingly wrong. That's worrying. It's been spamming that. A whole bunch. Huh. Interesting. Is that a mod API for Trackmania? No, this is built into Trackmania. It's using a memory mapped file. So Trackmania makes available a chunk of memory that contains all of this stuff. These structs, or this struct of structs. Plus an int. And you can access it by opening a memory mapped file by this name. I was following this. I mean, I'll dump it into... Oh, there you are. So these are the other games. Trackmania Turbo and Mania Planet 4 apparently also use the same way of doing things. Let me just slap that link into chat in case you're interested. But no modding of the game at all. The game just doesn't really even know that I'm reading it, I guess. I guess it would be a bit suspicious if it tried to open the file and I already had it open. I mean, that's perfectly fine, but it's a way that the game could, if it wanted to, detect whether I'm reading from it or not. Okay, so here's the problem. The velocity that I'm getting is, like, in absolute terms, in world space. And I kind of want to subtract the rotation of the car, you know, the way it's facing. So that gets cancelled out. And all we get is, like, the velocity of, Wait. Wouldn't that mean that I only care about... Oh no, because I could still slide sideways, so I do still care about sideways speed. I was thinking I could just look at the speedo on the back of the car, right? If I only care about the speed forwards and backwards. But no, I could slide sideways. Alright, so I want to be able to subtract the rotation. And, well, it gives a rotation as a quaternion. And I do not understand quaternions. So I wonder what would happen if I were to try to like subtract, I just want to rotate, I want to subtract the rotation of the car from the vector that is the speed, I guess. Because I don't care which way the car is facing. Okay, well, the first step is going to be to make this a real unity quaternion, rather than this type of quaternion. By the way, a quaternion is just a way of representing rotation. And it's how unity does it, natively. But this stores the values as W, X, Y, and Z, but unity stores X, Y, Z, and W. So I have to have my own little definition of a quaternion here, and later on I can convert that, I guess, into a unity quaternion. Let's make a little function to do that. Let's call it what was it called again? Squat to native quat, I guess, or TM quat to native quat, or unity quat maybe. This is going to return a quaternion if you give it a squat, a struct that is a quaternion, which is the current is quat. Let's call it TM quat actually. And all it's going to do is return a new quaternion where the... Wait, how do you do it? X, Y, Z, and W. So that is the Trackmania's quaternions X, the Trackmania's Y, Trackmania's Z, and the Trackmania's W. Alright, that should work. Now I can use this somehow. Okay. Subtract rotation of the car since the velocities are in world space, not local car space. I have a vague idea of what I want to do, but not quite well enough to know exactly. I'll just blunder my way around and see if I find my way to a solution, I guess. Car rotation, car rot equals... Man, it really doesn't want to track my right hand right now. I'm kidding. This from the recent object rotation, which is that one. That's why I need to convert it. Okay, so now I want to use this somehow. Is it so as simple as just doing this? Is the translation value useful? It says X is left, Y is up, and Z is front. I have no idea whatsoever. I don't know. Maybe you're right. Maybe I do need to convert it into unity coordinates as well, huh? Thank you for the bat, Mars. I need it right now. Also, hi, Mars. Yeah, maybe I should. On the struct as objects. Yes, it does say that. Maybe I should convert it into unity space as well, huh? And then convert it back out of unity space. Wait, space isn't really the right word. I forget the word though. Hi Mars. How are you doing? How's the Mars? I should be stopping soon. We're going for 5 hours and I should have had dinner 2.5 hours ago now. Oh no, just 2 hours. Just 2 hours. It's not crazy here. It's just silly, not crazy. Why is... Man, it's so weird how just having a word here makes it suddenly freak out about that and that. It's so weird. Good Valentine's idea, coding? Oh yeah, I guess it's Valentine's Day, huh? Happy Valentine's Day to the people who are watching who are probably people who don't have a Valentine, like me. Happy Coding Day. Happy Weird Cats Day. Wait, no, that makes it sound like it's dedicated to me. No, it's not good. Alright. Let's do that. Let's take in a vector 3. Or return a vector 3. And this is gonna be TM. Let me rename this. Quotes. TM to Unity. This is gonna be Vec, I guess. Vec 3. Trackmania to Unity. Let me pass in a vector 3. TM Vec 3. Alright. Happy Cheese Day? Are you sure? Wait, no, don't do that, otherwise you'll be throwing cheese at me. No. Whew. It could have been disastrous. Okay, so...
Cheese.
Cheese. Hold on, let me have a look at this. Let's see.
Cheese.
Ah! Okay, plus X is left, plus Y is up, plus Z is front. I assume that means forwards? Alright, let's have a look. How does Unity do it? Let's have a look.
Cheese.
Cheese to meet you. Thank you, Lane. Also, hi, Lane! Okay, so... what is left and what is right? Is this actually left? Is there a way to, like, reset the camera in Unity, I wonder? How does one reset the camera? I've never needed to do that, ever. What if you just apply the rotation to the character?
Cheese.
I wonder. Thank you for the pets. You know what? I'm just gonna look up Unity coordinate system left, up, etc. Unity is a left-handed coordinate system. Why? As in WHY, not the letter Y. Okay, what is a left-handed coordinate system? Does that just automatically mean that... okay. Left-handed coordinate system, left, up, etc. Left-handed coordinate system. The default coordinate system in the RenderMan interface, okay, this is clearly for some other thing, not sponsored, is left-handed. The positive X, Y, and Z point right, up, and forward. Okay, so X needs flipping, plus Y is up. Which is the same. And Z is forward. Okay, so I think it's only left that needs flipping. Hi Kim and hi Andy. Oh shit, you're fake. Fuck it. God damn it. I got bamboozled. God fucking damn it. Wow, why do we get two at the same time though? Can we do something special with these two bots since they bamboozle me? What should we do with them? Wonder if they respond if you talk to them. Damn, they don't. What if you... Fuck it, who cares? I was hoping I could have some fun, but I can't really. I just kind of want to work on this, I'm sorry. Alright, let's make a thing. So let's return a new vector 3, which is based on the Trackmania vector 3's x times -1. What is x, by the way? A float, right? Yeah, -1 f, 0.0f. Vec 3 is y, vec 3 is z. That should work. Ah, very interestingly, this would actually convert either way around. This can just swap between Trackmania and Unity. So you can use the same one to convert back. Because you multiply it by -1, you get the original value again. Pretty nice. Vec 3, TM, 2 Unity. Or back. Or vice versa. Let's say swap TM and Unity. I'm flipping now. This needs a comment. Swap between TM and Unity's coordinate systems. Fine. That'll do. Where is aligned to the same position? Column 101. There we are. Okay, so let's do this first. Let's just make Excel curve be equal to that. And then afterwards we'll swap it back again. Obviously this can all become a one-liner eventually. Well, maybe. And we've got the car's rotation. So but is the quaternions X, Y, and Z, and W, are they normal? Or do I need to swap, do I need to negate the X of the quaternion as well? It doesn't mention anything about that. Well, let's just see what happens, I guess. Let's say that Excel okay, is there such thing as a left and right-handed quaternions? Do quaternions have a handedness? Oh my god, they do. Oh my god, this is going way over my head. I'm not understanding a word of what I'm reading. Y, Z, X, and W. Okay, what is it normally? New quaternion. Wait, what is this question for? Unity, okay. So apparently... oh my god. Apparently the way to actually convert a quaternion from Trackmania to Unity, if it's right-handed... Wait, is it the same? Hold on. The positive X and Y values point right and up, and the negative Z points forward. Okay, so I do not know how to fix this because Trackmania is apparently some weird freak of nature. It's not left-handed and it's not right-handed. Because if it were right-handed... Wait. No, wait a second. I might be wrong. Hold on. Positive X, Y, and Z are right, up, and forward. Yeah. So if it were left-handed, then it would be that. Or you could say that. And if it were right-handed, it would be still this and that. Back juke is what it would be. So I have no idea what I'm trying to convert a quaternion from or to. You know what? Let's just not try to at all. Let's just see what happens. Might be wasting my time, right? Right. Thank you for the pants. Because I see a post explaining how to convert from left to right-handed quaternions, but I don't know what the hell I have. Or need, for that matter. I need left, I think. Alright, no worries, Jukebox. Jukebox. Hope you get some, yeah. Good luck with whatever you have to do. That's what I'm trying to say. And thanks for stopping by. Let's see. Is there a way that I can just do like this dot... Yeah! No idea who did that, because the sound alert spot is not saying things apparently. Wow, this is a day of everything on Twitch breaking, isn't it? Carrot. So we've got the quaternion. Can I use it to rotate something? What if I just multiply one by the other? Probably not possible, right? Can't multiply those two together. It's like I want to do something to this. Like I want to rotate it somehow. Oh my god, I have... Let's search online. Rotate vector. Well, just rotate vector. How can I rotate the vector 3 direction 45 degrees? Ooh. Wait. Do you just multiply? Oh, angle axis is not the property that exists anymore, so I assume 2 angle axis would work. Wait, why do you have angle axis and axis angle? Okay, that doesn't work either. Method. Okay, so they've changed how this works. You can no longer do dot angle axis. You have to like specifically output it to a vector 3. Why? Wait, no, this is different. This is float. And this is something else. Alright, let me try a thing. If we say vector 3 rotates vector 3 by quaternion. Alright, this thread quickly devolves into like a a load of people saying you resurrected a thread that was 4 months old, and then you resurrected a thread that was 4 years old, and then blah blah blah. Okay. Imagine adding valuable information to a thread instead of just starting a brand new one. So apparently you do a quaternion times a vector 3. Wait. That's literally what I was trying to do originally, but apparently the order of operations matters when you're dealing with quaternions, and it interpreted it as that, which it doesn't like, but it does like this. Okay. One day I might understand quaternions, but that day is not today. And it's almost like I actually wanted to become rotated in the other direction. Is it possible to negate a quaternion? No. Wait, does that mean that if I divide it by that, then it's the opposite and it turns it in the other direction? No, you can't divide either.
Cheese.
So how would I ever go about flipping the rotation the other direction? Also, high def! If this doesn't work, which I have no reason to believe it will, then I'm gonna stop for now, because this is way beyond my capability at the moment, so... Alright, we're already getting a load of errors. 1,000 plus, in fact. Nice. Look how quickly they build up. 109,900 plus. Okay, nice. Thank you for the pats. I mean, wait, I don't even know who it was. I can't see into the history because Twitch alerts, activities are still broken. Thank you for the pats, whoever patted me. But yeah, hi Def, you have indeed caught some of the stream, but I'm gonna be ending soon because I have no idea how to do any of this. I'm very sorry. Okay, apparently it just doesn't work at all. Yeah, no idea what any of that is. Infiniuke? Oh, yeah, I guess so. Alright, I have no idea what any of this is doing, so let me just make sure that it still works with these. Does something work at least? It's not that I've broken the entire way that Trackmania works. No, okay, I still am moving. Alright, this is turning out to be way harder than I thought it would be. In the end, I think I might just use the I don't know what that redeem was. I can't see it. Twitch redeems are not working. I think maybe I should stop streaming. I don't have anything that I need to stream right now. I don't have the abilities to like write code, but you know, since when has that ever stopped me? And I can't tell who redeemed what. Okay, it works on my laptop. Mokatech gave me the pants. Thank you for the pants. And Exia redeemed hydration. Alright, let's do it. Thank you for the hydration. Never stops me. Look, somehow you always manage to get stuff done. I've never seen you run into a dead end. Or maybe it has happened though. I'm asleep watching your stream by the time it happens. By the way, that's not an insult. It's just I listen to you while I'm in bed. Thank you for the hydration, Exia. You know, I'm very tempted to to completely abandon this way of calculating the acceleration ourselves and just entirely base it on something else. the way it says that I should be tilted. So there is a thing here for the so-called VR chair state. So if you have a sim rig, Kat has told me that I learned something on this stream, which is that the chair that moves around is called a sim rig. I wouldn't feel bad about that anyway, and I appreciate you looking about. Aww. Well, you're welcome. This here is just the picture on roll that a chair would move at. This will not allow me to have my hair float upwards when I'm, you know, upside down, though. But it doesn't seem like there's any way to get the, you know, the... Wait, what is centered yaw? Yaw accumulated plus recentered to apply onto the device. Wait. Are you telling me that this is like what I actually want? This is how the car is rotated? Oh no, wait. Altitude accumulated and recentered. I assume what this actually means is doing something similar to what I was doing. You sort of keep adding up the yaw, and then you're gradually dampening it down towards 0 as well. So really, maybe let me just try accessing this one. I wonder. You know what? I wonder. So how was I doing things before? I was... No. How am I using these things? I am tilting based on the Z and the X. And I'm bouncing based on the Y. Well, there is no absolute value of... Well, I guess you could use centered altitude, maybe? This is... I was not expecting Trackmania to be so different to Forza in the information it provides, and for that to cause such a problem. But my god, it does. Alright, let's remove all of this. Devno! Oh my god! Wow, this makes me realize I should have stopped streaming already if I'm being raided by you. No offense. You stream later than I usually do. That's all I mean. But thank you very much. How are you doing? Thanks for the raid as well. Welcome. Hi, people. Let me see if the chat out is wanting to work right now. I almost just typed dev num. Let's see what you're up to. Which was it? Game Jam? Software and game dev. Okay, yeah, and there's no title or anything because... Yeah. But hey, that's the proof that it actually can get some information. It doesn't know when you streamed. It doesn't know what your title was. But it can at least see that it was software and game dev. Alright, nice. I was doing some Rust. Okay. Num dev? No?
You know.
How do you always remember that, Spitfire Lead? And how do you always have points left to do that? That's amazing. Thank you for the dance. I need them right now. Thank you, Stu. Some Rust. Have you used Rust before? These name credits are gonna be out for a while. Never mind, they've stopped already. But yeah, welcome. We are currently failing. Okay, never mind. I can't push that onto someone else. Fairy! Thank you very much for the follow. How's Trackmania throwing you around? It really is throwing me around. Strange, I wasn't following. No worries. Oh, is it because it was the Frozen Nights before? But yeah, welcome. I'm trying to implement Trackmania's telemetry stuff about, you know, how the car's moving to move myself around. And I've wasted a whole bunch of time trying to calculate it myself, and I'm realizing I think I just won't. I think I'll just use the pre-calculated stuff that Trackmania has available for how like a simulated chair should move and tilt. But yeah, So it's throwing me around quite roughly right now, Stewie. Could have done with you earlier, trying to help me with quaternions, but I'm joking. It's not worth it. It's so not worth it. I need to actually get my head around it at some point, but that point is not now. Welcome. So I was rusting Devnol. Yeah, no worries, no worries. I shouldn't be relying on you anyway. Feels bad. Feels bad. Use Trackmania's own computed chair rotations as if they are acceleration. I'll take a look at it later if you want me to. If you really want to. Careful with the handedness. Yep, that is one of the problems. And apparently Trackmania is not left-handed or right-handed. It's some kind of mix. Anyway, so yeah, I don't even know. It is right-handed? Really? I found a thing that was telling me that right-handed would be... negative Z would be forwards, but apparently here, positive Z is front, which I assume meant forwards. It's kind of interesting. What is forward or not has nothing to do with handedness. What? I mean... really? I was looking at this thing, but it mentions that left-handed has... whatever. I'm not using this anymore anyway. I'm just gonna use Trackmania's own thing. I'm getting too much of a headache from goddamn handedness and quaternions. Alright, let's just try to do a thing. Vector 3, Axel Kerr. This is gonna become left-handedness and right-handed are mirror images. That makes sense then, that the too much of a hand ache. Yeah, I guess so. A handed ache. Yeah, that would make sense that only X would get flipped then if it's mirrored. Axel Kerr equals... When I'm saying Axel Kerr, I keep on thinking of Axel World. Which I've not actually watched, by the way. I just know the name. Right-handed with Z up. Oh my god. X cross Y is... What does X cross Y mean? New vector 3... X cross Y... I don't know what cross means. This is not an operator I know of. If I saw an X, I'd just think it's multiplied. A cross product of X with Y in that order. What is a cross product? You underestimate how much I do not know maths. Okay, so we're getting this from tell recent dot blah 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 device dot this dot X, Y, and Z. Okay. It is one of the vector products. What is a product? And gives you a vector that is perpendicular to both vectors. I'm just gonna see if this works. I'm sorry. Vector multiplication. Cross product is a multiplication of some values inside a matrix. I see. Okay. What are they? What is this? Yaw, pitch, and roll. So X is yaw. Yaw is the one I don't remember. Pitch is left and right. Okay, how are we using this? Okay, so we're tilting. What is the first thing of a rotation? It is... backwards and forwards. Okay, so that's pitch. And pitch is the second one, so that's Y. Next one. Wait, what is the next one? This is rotation like this, which I don't care about? Question mark? I think. So, I don't know, make a 0 for now. And Z is... Z is then gonna be the tilting left and right, which is roll, and roll is the last thing here. So it's Z, I think. I'm going vector multiplication. If you want to learn a bit about vector stuff and linear algebra that is useful in game dev, I can help with that too. Maybe sometime. I probably should, but I can't right now. I'm so sorry. I need to be ending soon. My brain is kind of fried. Hip. What? Wait. What am I reading? What am I reading? Would probably help with shader stuff. Yeah, probably would actually. Also, hi Unstupefied. How are you doing? Apart from trying to mess me up. Yes, hip. Wait, you're missing that. There we are. I don't understand. But I don't understand what you mean. It's a hip array. Hip hooray! Oh, I see. Thanks, Nova, for dumbing it down enough for me. Oh my god. I can't. Okay, so this is the acceleration. Well, it's not really quite right, is it? And local position is based on this. Okay, so what I can pass into there is tell recent dot device dot. Thank you for the pads. Centered altitude, I guess. Alright, let's see what the hell happens when I run it now. Imagine being able to can't be me. Yeah. Relatable. Oh, it is moving. It's just moving really slowly. Why is that? Wait, I'm hearing crunching noises. I forgot to pause it. Do I actually need to divide it by Axel to G modes? Whatever that was. Is it expecting these in G, maybe? I wonder. Must consume. I should as well. Imagine canning. It must be nice. Right, this looks like I'm actually tilting left and right. When I'm steering right and left, it's actually making me move forwards and backwards. Interesting. Let me just see if I at least move up and down when I fall. Okay, that worked. Did I check the order of the... Yeah, I did. But apparently that's wrong. There was another mistake, by the way. It says that it's measured in tenths or 10 millisecond units, and it's not. It's measured in milliseconds. The timestamps are in milliseconds. You yeet unlocked. Cute hiccups. No, you. Okay, so I kind of need to swap these ones, I guess. Or I've just done something wrong. It's probably that, right? I think this probably doesn't need to be divided by this. What if I just type some numbers in and see what the hell happens? That. Random numbers. Random magic numbers. Just type random numbers until it works. Stu is gone, I can say that. I'm joking, I'm not actually gonna... That could have been problematic on Twitch. Oh my god, okay. Alright, that is correct now. When I move forward and stay right, I tilt to the left. I think that's right. Let me just make sure that when I crash into this, I bump. Oh god, that's horribly smooth. Did you see that? Okay, well, crashes are going to be thoroughly unsatisfying. Wait, why does that make me move forwards? Alright, I'm not too happy about this moving forwards and backwards thing. What? Why has that got such more of a tilt? Okay, this doesn't seem to be taking acceleration into account very much. But wow, if you play this in a sim rig, you're going to be having a fun time, because that's what it wants to... Thinks you should be rotating to? I'm stuck. I'm actually stuck. Oh, there we are. No! No, I'm banned from Twitch again, goddammit. Well, what an interesting thing to end on. That's gonna be where I'm ending it now, because... I felt my randomness is not quite random. Yeah, it was 20. Look, it's fine. You can't tell that it wasn't random. I can assure you there is now bias in those numbers. The bell makes perfect, does it? Thank you for the beds! Alright, so I guess what we want to do is somehow amplify the... I don't know. It doesn't seem to be tilting based on acceleration at all. It's only based on, you know, the orientation of the car, I guess. Which would be really nice then, because we could calculate our own acceleration like this, except this is in world space. But at least I know now that I can use this to get the local rotation of the car. But, okay, whatever. And the fact that I'm flying upwards when I die is kind of interesting. Flux capacitor tuning tomorrow. It would probably be easier than this, I'm gonna be honest. But yeah, okay, I'm gonna be ending now because my brain is dead and any things that I've been able to do have, well, you've seen them. You're not gonna be missing anything else right now. But maybe I can implement more fun things instead. Like easier things like is horn. Remember there was a property called is horn, which I now realize sounds like it should more be like is horny, but whatever. That's literally what it's called. That's what it says right there. I'm not making it up. I could make it so that when I press the horn, which I never do on Trackmania, then you know, it makes like a train horn come out of my head or something. That'd be great. I hope I get some rest as well because I've got a thing in the morning, which is kind of scary, and it's probably not going to make me whatever. Anyway, let's just see who else is streaming so I can pass people on to them. But yeah, thank you very much for being with me, because otherwise I probably would have, you know, just descended into chaos, not chaos, madness earlier. This hand is doing weird things to my head. But thank you for the pats. No idea who, because Twitch is still broken. Nope, it's broken on my laptop now as well. Nice. No idea who's patting me. Sorry if I don't see the name when it goes up. Now I don't know because Twitch activity feed is now broken on OBS and my laptop. It's yeah. Twitch is having big issues today. Big issues. Thank you for the pats, 6, yeah, and Def. You don't press the horn in Trackmania? No, I don't. Wait, why am I having cheese thrown at me? I have a feeling I misthanked someone there who was actually throwing cheese at my face when I said they were patting me. Alright, I think I'm gonna pass you on to somebody. Wait, they're not actually doing dev stuff now though. Oh god, that main outfit is adorable though. Maybe I should.
I think that'll be interesting. Also, you can tell me.
Shh. I've only been going for 19 minutes as well. Maybe I should. I don't know. Maybe. I suggest a cool bean. I mean, you can, but now I'm gonna feel bad when I don't pick them because I'm already have alternatives lined up. But yeah, sure. Drop the name. Drop it right now. But yeah, I'll take this opportunity to say, thank you all very much for keeping me company. Wait, what? Is their name being censored? Is the name being censored? Nahormal? What? Nahormal. What? Hitomi Hoshino. That sounds like a very pretty name. I know, right? That's what I was thinking. What does Nahormal mean? I'm going to read it downwards. Arl Noaham? Ah, I pasted the link, okay. No worries. I like the way one of their tags is Cult of the Thighs. Stream's currently failing to load for me. Oh, there it is. Cool bean. Shh, Twitch, stop. Okay. I'll try to keep it in mind. What do they usually stream? Because apparently it's just chatting right now. Curious. It's almost like a free shout out at this point, but one of their tags is bottom as well. They've got to be good. Let's see. Apex, Fern, Apex, Hi-Fi Rush. Hi-Fi Rush? Alright. Wait, there's a game called Depersonalization? Anyway, I'm getting a little bit distracted. Using German emotes in English-speaking streams. Oh. What does it mean? What does it mean? Alright, I'm going to pass you on, I think, to Lua Vilaki, who is a dev VTuber. But she's not actually deving right now either, so but yeah, she is apparently cleaning the house and chatting. Also, like me, she's currently in a maid's uniform. But wait. But don't tell anyone. There we are. Finally, I can make this stupid joke, which isn't even a funny joke. All right, I'm gonna disappear now. Yeah, I'm gonna be passing you on to. Wait, is my stream? No, it's not. Ta-da! Look, Cleaning house and chatting. Where I'll be in the next 2 weeks. Oh, okay. Well, she's about to disappear then, I guess. Okay, and she hadn't been streaming for very long, so... Yeah. I think I'm gonna pass you on. Also, she currently has a few followers, so yeah, that makes me feel happier about choosing her. But I will check out, Hitomi, at some point. But yeah, wait. Oh shit, is the raid countdown happening? Is the raid beginning? You already have a rating for it. Okay, well, I don't know how long, when it's gonna happen because, you know, Twitch on OBS and on my laptop are, like, the activity feed and everything's dead. So there's a raid counting down. I don't know when it's gonna finish. But, yeah. But bye? I don't know when it's gonna finish. I'm having to look at her chat to see when it goes through. I don't know when the next stream is gonna be, for this week. I'm very sorry. I'm not able to predict when the next stream's gonna be, but I'm gonna try to do 2 more sometime this stream. Bye! I don't know when it's gonna end. Bye? I'm flying blind right now. I don't know when it's gonna end. Bye! Oh god! Oh god, well, bye!